Good evening, everyone. It's December, often a time of enjoyment and reflection and opportunity to begin to think about some important holidays and our opportunity to get ready for 2022. I can hardly wait. So welcome to the December 13th meeting of the Charlotte City Council. This is a business meeting. I want to call it to order and welcome all of you who are in attendance, as well as those of you who are watching virtually. Tonight's meeting is being held in accordance with applicable laws on remote meetings, and council members are participating both in person and remotely. The requirements of the notice and the access and the minutes have been met below. And what I'd like to do is start with introductions of those that are joining us in person, and then move to those of you that are online. So we'll start with our Deputy City Clerk.
Billy Tons, Deputy City Clerk.
Good evening, everyone. Matt Newton, District 5.
Dimple Ashmira, at large.
Greg Phipps, at large.
I'm Vi Lyles, and I serve as mayor.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Clark Eggleston, District 1.
Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
Donata Jackson, Office of Constituent Services.
Kay Cunningham, Mayor's Office.
Thank
Deputy
you.
Chief Brochu, CMPD.
And now with those that are joining us virtually.
Braxton Winston at large.
Charles Picard, District 6.
All right. We have several staff people that are also joining us virtually, as they will be introduced as the subject matter that they are responsible for comes available on our agenda. With our introductions, we also begin our meeting with an invocation. This is an invocation that is intended to help us make good decisions, and we recognize that this is a religious position or point for us during our meeting, but we also recognize that there's a great deal of religious diversity in our community, including those without a religious faith. Tonight we're asking Councilmember Graham to give us our invocation, and then we will all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Councilmember Newton. Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dr. Benjamin Mays, the former president of Morehouse College, once said that it is not enough to give to charity, that we must see to it that we build a society, a community where charity is no longer needed, a society where those who need shelter from the storm and the rain can get affordable housing, those who need transportation can find it, and good schools will be provided for all. We ask you, Lord, on this day to help this council, this community, set goals high. Give us the strength and understanding to reach for the stars. If we should fall short, it's not because we didn't try. It's not because of low aim, but we do it because it's the right thing to do for all the citizens of our community. As we approach this holiday season, we clearly understand that we give to those who need it, whether it's Thanksgiving or celebrating the birth of your son. We build a community where all who need help can receive it, and that this body, the men and women assembled around this table, those who work in the building, those who work in the field, get up every morning doing our level best to achieve the goals that we set. In your name we pray. Amen.
And I'm going to turn over the agenda to the city manager for the staff presentations that will follow.
For the action briefing to discuss at the fall annual strategy meeting, as well as we have given you a calendar of being able to touch base, and we wanted to make sure in both of these two areas. And then, Mayor, we do have Marie Harris here. If there are any questions about the consent items for tonight.
Thank you very much. So let's start off with our consent items. Let me note that we have a request, and if you make a note of this, for item 27 and 28 for a separate vote when we come downstairs. The staff is deferring item 69, and I think Marie will go through, Ms. Harris will go through the questions that council has, and you should have that at your place or emailed to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening. Yes, Ms. Johnson, did you have additional questions that we didn't cover?
Yes.
Can we have a separate vote for item 51 as well?
Yes, absolutely. 51. All right, anyone else on that? And I'll also ask for items that you'd like to comment on. So, Ms. Hashmira?
Yes, I would like to comment on item number 30 and 32.
All right. Anyone else with comments on any consent item? Anyone else for a separate vote? Mr. Phipps?
32 comments.
32 as well. All right. And any other comments? Anyone else for a separate vote? Okay. Then we'll go ahead and proceed with the review of the questions that are at your place today as a result of council sending them in to Ms. Harris. Ms. Harris?
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Winston, I didn't get a chance to check back with you. I'm not sure if these answered your questions. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Thank you. Anyone else have additional questions on any consent items? I know a few of you had some business item questions that we discussed briefly, and you have a chance, since those are already for a separate vote, for business items to discuss further.
All business items will have a separate vote, and that'll be in the chamber as well. Okay. All right, hearing nobody's on the virtual, so that I think, then Ms. Harris, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Jones?
So again, thank you, Mayor, members of council. I do believe Taiwo will come in to set up the main course for tonight, and that is the update on the Unified Development Ordinance, as well as the strategic mobility plan update. And I think he has a team of 3 or 4 that will assist him tonight. So thank you, Taiwo.
Thank you, Manager Jones. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So today, first of all, I want to say thank you very much for your participation last week. We had the 2040 Policy Map workshop with you, and that was really for us to be able to hear from you as well as your constituents in terms of how that process is going. But today, like Manager Jones said earlier on, it's going to build on the conversations we had with you at the fall annual strategic meeting, as well as the conversation we've had with the Transportation Planning and Environment Committee last month. And so the presentation is twofold, and that's really partnership between the Planning, Design and Development Department, as well as the Charlotte Department of Transportation staff working on the Unified Development Ordinance and the Strategic Mobility Plan. Our aim on the SMP today is really going to focus on the comprehensive transportation review guidelines and new ways at which we're looking at evaluating projects in our city. So it's going to be Alison Craig, our Deputy Director, will come first and share with you on the Unified Development Ordinance, and then Laura will support, and then Ed McKinney from CDOT, the Deputy Director, will also come and speak specifically to the Strategic Mobility Plan. But there's also an element of this that's very important. That's the economic analysis that we're doing as part of the Unified Development Ordinance, and Ms. Craig will speak to that as well. So we will be back here to take questions that you may have or to engage in conversations with you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Manager, and members of City Council. So as Ty described, we're here tonight to talk to you about the Unified Development Ordinance and the Strategic Mobility Plan. The strategic mobility plan is something that really touches both the policy map and the comprehensive plan as well as the UDO, and we're really going to focus on that component that touches the UDO today. So Laura Harmon, who is our project manager for the Unified Development Ordinance, will talk about how we're engaging the community and describe what we've been hearing. And we could certainly use your assistance in spreading the word about some of the engagement opportunities to learn more about the UDO. So the UDO, of course, is a dense document, and while it's organized more clearly and concisely from the 8 documents that we're working from today, it is new, and we're finding a good bit of misinterpretation even from professionals that work in city ordinances today. And that's really helpful for us to understand where we may need to make changes to the language or provide supporting graphics and tables to help make sure the intent is carried forward correctly. We all also are starting to scratch the surface of where we might need to have a deeper dive and more in-depth conversations with members of the community based on conversations we've had with folks from the real estate industry as well as those that are in sustainability and affordable housing advocacy groups. These conversations have been extremely productive and helpful, and we're considering extending the comment period for the first draft of the UDO to discuss these in more detail and have these productive conversations. After Laura's presentation, we'll hear from Ed, who will talk through the proposed comprehensive transportation review that really focuses more on moving people and how this relates specifically to the UDO. And then I'll wrap things up and talk about the economic impact analysis work that we did and the stakeholder meetings that we had last week. And so with that, I will turn it over to Laura.
Thank you, Allison. I think I need to go here. Maybe not. Thank you. Let's get a little technical assistance. Thank you. So Allison went through what we'll be talking about tonight. So we'll move right into the UDO update. The UDO, again, was first released, the first draft, on October 7th, so just a little bit more than 2 months ago. And we've been really focusing since even before the release and continuing on through early January on community engagement, which, as Allison mentioned, has been really fruitful so far, but we think we have more of that to do and are looking forward to continuing to work with folks on that. So we will, under our current schedule, continue to accept comments through January 14th of next year. So a little bit about how we've been reaching the community. We obviously have our website. That's our primary source of information for people. There are links to the draft UDO and comment survey on our website, as well as additional information. We've also been using social media extensively, Facebook, Instagram, Nextdoor, and Twitter, getting the word out, and as well as email notifications, including to City Council and a number of other groups. And thanks to City Council members who have shared this information with your constituents. That's been very helpful in getting the word out. So we started our first phase of community engagement with pop-up events, which were really meant just to let people be aware that this is going on. While we live it and breathe it pretty much every day, we know a lot of members of our community are not familiar with what's going on with the Unified Development Ordinance, and we wanted to get the word out. So we had 11 pop-up events and 660 plus interactions at those events, just getting the word out, just being out in the community and having a chance to tell people a little bit about the UDO in advance of our more formal meetings. We then had 5 open houses, in-person open houses. Honestly, didn't get as much participation as we had hoped. We had 89 people participating in those, even though we thought it was a great opportunity for one-on-one conversations, and we had some really good conversations at the open house meetings, but we had hoped that more people would participate. And they were fairly lengthy, so we provided a fairly open window at the meetings, 4 to 8 hours in length, to accommodate a variety of schedules. And you can see the participation we had and the timing that we had these meetings. And we're now in the midst of virtual conversations, which are actually finding people to be a little bit more interested in participating in those, maybe because they're a little bit more structured and they're online, and we're all very used to working online right now. So these will be going through January 11th, early next year. Each conversation focuses on a specific topic. So these are really, again, more focused than a general open house. It's a little bit easier maybe for folks to come and learn a little bit about a topic and then ask us questions. They're only an hour, and we have for each topic, we have 2 meetings. So people have a choice, depending on their schedule, to either come between noon and 1 or 6 and 7 on the same day. So again, trying to work with different people's schedules. We do require registration, and you can go to our website and find out information. Folks can go there and sign up. So far in the 3, we've had 6 meetings, but 3 topics. We've had 122 individuals that have attended the first 3 conversations. So that's been really good. We've gotten a lot of good questions and some feedback. A little bit about our website. The first draft is on the website. It's www.charlotteudo.org. Comments can be left on the draft through an online platform, and we are having some people really take advantage of that, and it's very helpful to see comments in writing, in addition to hearing the general feedback that we get from people. There's also additional information on the website: schedules, upcoming meetings, supporting documents, frequently asked questions, and more. One thing that is, we think, pretty helpful on the website is the reference guide, maybe also thought of as a user guide. It's a 26-page document, which is much shorter than the 600-plus pages in the UDO. It is a guide that walks you through the draft of the UDO to understand where to find information on specific topics of interest. And it also provides a summary of some of the regulatory concepts in the UDO. Not all of them, but some of them, like the residential overlays, our parking tiers, tree preservation, and transportation improvements. So we were asked to do what we could to make the UDO more user-friendly, and we think this has been a good step and have made this available to the community. So a little bit about feedback that we're receiving. We do have the online portal. So far we have 94 comments entered through last Friday. We have actually a number of sub-comments under those 94, so we probably have a lot more than that if you were to count that way. But a good number of comments, and we're expecting a lot more as we near the deadline for receiving those. We've also gotten feedback at our open house meetings and virtual conversations. We have had, as Allison mentioned, some meetings with the development community and others that have requested that we meet with them to go ahead and have conversation about some of what's in the UDO. We've received emails, letters, and then we're also set up, if anyone's interested, to gather comments through the city's 311 system. So a little bit about what we're hearing so far. First thing we hear, a number of questions and feedback on topics not directly related to the UDO. So we get some questions or comments about city services. We try to direct people to the right place to help them understand where they can go to get that information. And we are a little bit challenged with confusion by the community about the difference between the comprehensive plan and the policy map and place types and what's in the UDO. So we try to help explain that for folks so that they will understand that difference. We have also worked on a graphic that we are going through at each of our meetings now to explain the difference between policy and regulations. So I won't go into this in great detail with you guys, but we talk about the comprehensive plan being visionary, the UDO being mandatory, legally binding, Then show the example of a place type, and a place type being general principles, and zoning districts being those legally enforceable rules. And finally, an example of the innovation mixed-use place type and some of the general language that talks about what should happen in that place type. And then you can go to that regulations from the innovation mixed-use zoning district and see how specific that is compared to the general information in the place type. So again, trying to hit that these are related. The comprehensive plan and the place types are foundation for much of what's in the UDO, but they are different. And the UDO is, again, that legal document with the comp plan being the policy document that sets the foundation. We're also getting some comments that help us realize that maybe the UDO in places the draft is not clear enough, or there's some clarification needed. There's sometimes also just some misreading of the document. So we heard, for example, that the UDO heights had changed, and actually the TOD heights in the UDO had changed, and they're actually the same as they were before. And so getting some feedback that maybe sometimes is incorrect. And then some areas where we could be clearer. An example is what requirements apply for adaptive reuse of buildings and what requirements don't apply. So there have been people make interpretations of what they think the ordinance means. We realize sometimes that's incorrect, and we need to get more language in the document to make that clear for people. And then probably the most important area is recommendations for adjustments and revisions to the draft UDO. And so we're looking at every comment that comes in through the portal, and we're learning that there are some things we need to go back and adjust or talk about more or consider. Some of them we know we need to adjust, some of them we need more discussion. Examples are the ability to overlap open space and tree save requirements. May not seem like a terribly big deal, but if you're developing a site and you cannot use the same part of your site for both of those, that starts to eat up more into your land. So we're looking at how we can make that adjustment. We've heard some feedback, for example, on maximum heights for duplexes and triplexes. We have a relatively low height for those in most cases to try to deal with neighborhood character, but we're also then hearing, well, you're trying to preserve neighborhood character, but you also may be making it very difficult to develop those types of housing. So again, something we need to spend more time talking with others about and maybe reevaluating. So final slide on the UDO. Their key dates. Again, we released in October. Our current schedule has all comments coming in for this first draft in January, developing a second draft out of that, having a relatively short time period for comments on the second draft compared to the first draft, then moving forward to a third draft for public hearing, going through the adoption process, and then a final draft for City Council decision. And with that, I'll turn this over to Ed.
We want to take questions. Let's take questions while we're on this. Ms. Harmon, why don't we go ahead and before we move into transportation
Certainly.
initiatives. I want to recognize Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Mayor. One thing I'll point out is the planning process, the 2040 plan process was characterized by allegations that we were not responsive to recommendations for change, and that a lot of the input that we got was treated as just a question that needed to be clarified. So I'm going to be watching to see whether the UDO actually meaningfully morphs as a result of conversations that we have with stakeholders. It needs to be a partnership. It's important. The other thing I'm curious about is we're planning to adopt the policy map before we finalize the UDO, and I'm not sure how those two steps relate to each other. So we put the policy map in place, and isn't that a reflection, or isn't that sort of part and parcel of the UDO? How do those things connect?
Actually, the policy map is a foundation for where we would eventually rezone properties. So it's going to guide the policy, a property's place type would guide what the appropriate zoning district would be eventually.
But we haven't even finished defining the place types, which we will do in the UDO before we start designating where they are. Isn't that right?
They're actually defined in the comprehensive plan and through the policy mapping process. There's a more extensive manual that is all coming from the comprehensive planning process.
Yeah, I get that, but the slide you had up there before noted that the comprehensive plan was a kind of statement of principles, and then you crossed over to the regulations which actually define. So I just wonder whether there are some unanswered questions still at the time that we adopt the policy map about what some of those policy assignments will actually mean. Isn't there going to be some unfinished work still on the UDO when we adopt the policy map?
We will still be working through the very specifics of the zoning districts to implement the place types at that point. You are correct.
And I would just note, we did get a two-page letter from the industry, and I hope we will be very responsive. There's a group of people who are working together, and they represent a substantial stakeholder group. And Mr. Manager, you remember we had some conversation about engagement with them, and I would just like us to be responsive to them, because as I said repeatedly in the past, I regard them as being the money and the expertise that will help us to achieve the goals of the plan, and they should be made to feel like partners. Thank you, Laura.
I just wanted to mention to Councilmember Driggs that we did respond to that letter. We went through each of their questions and provided a detailed response for each item, and they received that last week, late last week.
Okay, I'll talk to them, but I think there needs to be kind of an ongoing dialogue.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I think that's a great point, Mr. Driggs. We did promise continuous dialogue with every segment of the community that we could reach, especially those that are involved day to day in the work that we're trying to accomplish. Mr. Phipps?
I think Mr. Newton.
Mr. Newton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I noticed on one of the slides that the council decision is scheduled for July 2022, and I just wondered, understanding that city elections are postponed until May, and I don't know where that puts us from the standpoint of any new council members being sworn in, but I just was wondering if that had been taken into account and how that might correspond or impact that July 2022 council decision date.
All right, Mr. Jones wants to respond.
So thank you, Councilmember Newton. I guess much like next year's calendar that you'll vote on tonight, that came through Budget and Effectiveness Committee, and we didn't know that there would be a change in the election. So even tonight, my desire is that council would move forward with that calendar, and then we could always come back and amend it, let's say in January. Same kind of concept with what's happening with the place type mapping as well as the UDO. We want to get feedback from you tonight. Then on the 20th, the team is going to go back to the Transportation, Planning, and Environment Committee and provide more data and information from what we've received from the community and get even more guidance with the hope to come back in January if there needs to be any kind of change to the schedule to perhaps do that in January if that would work with the council.
Madam Mayor, could I comment?
Yes, please, Mr. Driggs.
I would just point out that delay makes it easier for this council to continue its work, right? So it makes it less likely that we're going to have new people come in at a time when we want to take a very important vote. And I think it's tough. I mean, if you join council and 2 weeks later you're being asked to vote on this, that's a tough one. So I think it would be better if this group who have worked on this for so long could be the one to see it through, and the change in the schedule gives us more time to do that. Thank you.
And that's my point exactly, and I think maybe later on we might mention the budget too, because that would give us more time to discuss that as well. So thank you.
All right. Mr. Phipps, followed by Mr. Winston, by Ms. Ajmera.
I had a question similar to Councilmember Driggs as it relates to the 2040 plan and the UDO. Later this evening, we're going to be voting, I think, on the Center City Partners 2040 plan. And as part of that plan, there were several additions made to enhance the plan, one of which talked about parking maximums and the desire to have language in the Center City 2040 plan similar to the language that's in the UDO. But what I have a hard time understanding is we haven't approved the UDO yet. So how is it that we're going to put in some language to a plan that we're voting on tonight, contingent on us passing a future plan? I mean, are we that certain that that provision will prevail in the UDO? Could you help me understand that, please?
Thank you, Councilmember Phipps. Good question. The way we've modified the language in the Center City Plan right now is that we are going to implement that as specified in the Unified Development Ordinance. Whenever that is adopted, it takes definitely priority over what's in the plan. So what the Center City Plan has done is not to be specific, but to say that those parking minimums, maximums will be implemented as specified in the UDO whenever that is adopted. But I will also say that last week we engaged Center City in a conversation where, as part of the UDO, we're going to be meeting with developers and businesses in Center City to review the draft UDO and also the second draft of the UDO, so that way we are aligning both. So the decision on the Center City Plan tonight is fine to go ahead, because it is a visionary document, just like the comprehensive plan. It is what happens in the Unified Development Ordinance that will prevail over that. So we've modified the language in that plan, tailoring it to whatever happens in the UDO whenever that is implemented, adopted. Rather.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Winston?
Yes, thank you. On one note, when we did speak about this about a month ago, I did provide a bunch of comments and questions. So I would love to get some response from staff about those. They were all for future consideration, not to be answered then. A suggestion I would make is that I think, yes, you guys have done a great job of advertising via social media. I've seen those and I've shared, but I think we're missing an opportunity to go a step further, especially I will say on Twitter, where I think there's ample opportunity to have engagement, actual engagement around the UDO throughout the days and weeks. So I would suggest you have a social media manager that really there's a great developer, urban design community that is engaged, that regularly talks about the UDO, talks about design in the city. I will say the only thing that is missing in that feedback loop is interaction with staff. I hope that we take advantage of that opportunity. Additional questions I would have from the questions I had from last time. How does the UDO define or differentiate between roads and streets? And how does it kind of regulate growth and development along roads and streets? And something that you mentioned, Ms. Harmon, how does the UDO define or determine neighborhood character, and how far back does this look? We have a rezoning petition in NODA, for instance, that is you have existing residents that are really kind of frustrated with certain types of density that are proposed to being added. And they have said that the neighborhood character is changing the neighborhood character. Well, in fact, NODA was originally designed to be a super dense live, work, play neighborhood. It was a Milltown. That's what it was completely kind of self-contained. So it was super dense for that time period. So I think I use that example, as I think there's a disconnect as to what neighborhood character actually is versus what it's perceived to be. So I really like to understand how the UDO is going to reckon with that. Thank you.
Mr. Winston, do you have a response right now, or would that be something we would respond to? I'm sorry, Mr. Winston asked the question, do we respond, or do you would like to have some time to get some additional information? Mr. Winston, that will be in the follow-up report for the staff to get some time to think through what your suggestions are. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of comments on this. Last week, when we had a policy map discussion, one-on-one with staff, I had sent several examples from constituents that have come in. I'd like feedback on those and responses on those in a timely fashion. Also, the whole UDO, the 2040 policy map, it's a very complex process, and the document in itself. I would like us to use an example when we are talking about the policy map or the UDO, just to really understand how this is all going to work in real scenarios, right? We take one neighborhood in our city and say, this is what 2040 policy map will have an impact in this way. This is what UDO will do, and so on. So I'm looking for an example. I think that's where I struggle here. And there are several letters that we have received. Well, one letter that Mr. Driggs was referring to earlier in his remarks, I think more than just responses, council needs to have a discussion on those topics to better understand, because I think just saying this is serves our vision area, I think there needs to be a discussion to better understand why we are doing this, specifically around tree save requirements, stormwater, and so on. So hopefully we can have a session on that. So is there a session scheduled to address some of these questions that have come up during our community forums?
Mr. Jones wanted to address that as well. Mr. Jones?
Sure. So I want to make sure I understand our schedule. So the letter, I believe it was from Tim Cinema, and I didn't know if that is something that we would begin to address in this session, or is this something that would be addressed in TAP, or something that was to be addressed last week? So I hear what you're saying. I
Yes,
want to
it
make sure
wasn't addressed in the last discussion. I was
Right.
asking questions.
Right.
But it was very theory-based. I think we need to understand how this is going to be implemented. And I think that's where we struggle. None of us on council are engineers or civil engineer or architect, right? So I think that's where we struggle in taking this language and interpreting it in a day-to-day life. What does that mean for Charlottean, right? And so I think that one-on-one was really helpful. However, it's still, it doesn't give me a real example. So that's what I'm looking for.
So, Councilmember Ashmur, I totally agree with you. I'm trying to figure out what a vehicle for going forward is. My understanding is that even last week, having, a situation where there was a developer and a staff member and a council member at the same table became very helpful. And so that's what we're trying to do in this session, to get feedback from you, so that what's the best way to engage council with these processes.
Okay, so I hear that as a result of the feedback that you received, you'll probably have some changes, and hopefully we'll have a discussion on some of these questions and an example as well as we go through this process. Is that correct? Okay, I think.
That is correct. Is it going to happen in the next 2 weeks? No.
I mean, it doesn't, I mean, I don't know.
You have to have Santa come first, okay?
Right.
Santa has to come first.
I don't think we need that before holidays.
Okay. All right, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate the process that we're breaking this information down into smaller sessions, which is what I've asked for since the beginning. I still think it is very complicated. You know, even if, you know, council and a developer and planning staff, that's just for the 11 of us. How are we getting this information to the residents in such a simplified, interactive manner? Councilmember Winston mentioned Twitter and social media, but there's a whole population that's not on Twitter and social media. So I really want to be conscientious of the seniors, those who may not have, you know, who may not be on the computer as much. We need to be in the inner cities, the areas that are going to be mostly affected by gentrification or change. And I want to just keep just advocating that they are getting this information. I don't know if it's on our government channel. I don't know how that works, maybe radio ads on different stations, and really make a targeted effort to reach those that might not be on social media or that prefer, you know, face-to-face meetings. But we're still missing some of the population. I'm hearing from seniors in the Black community, and they feel like they're not getting the information, or so if we just want to make sure that we are intentional about making sure they get the information in an understandable way. You know, a 600-page document at the libraries and says pick it up. Not everyone is a visual learner, so we just need to do more, because if the 11 of us still need that kind of hand-holding, even though this information is available to us and we've gotten it over and over again, it's most important that the residents are understanding the information. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's see, Mr. Driggs.
Yes, I just want to say the manager asked a question, which is, how do we want to address this? I do think there's a burden on us to kind of coordinate and not to allow ourselves to just dissipate on this thing. We need to come together and figure out what the focus is. Laura, I appreciated that you noted the tree save and the conflict, where there can overlap. I've been told that that has a major impact on economics. So, for example, I think we can look at a sample site, and we can get a lot of the guys in the industry to do some economic impact analysis for us. But we need to try to get down from the generalities into a little more detail that is meaningful to the public. The public is not going to be able to read 600 pages. They're not going to be able to critique this thing. They want to know, what does it mean for me? What can happen to me? And I can tell you, for example, for myself, that it is now possible that there will be an apartment house next door to my house as a result of the draft policy map. So can we take kind of chunks, like topics, and just drill a bit, look at sort of the ramifications? The suggestion in the letter was that there are some conflicts or even contradictions, at least as the developer community sees it in there, which may have come from stitching together the various pieces, the tree piece and the sidewalk piece and so on, and maybe they weren't fully reconciled yet. But I feel like we talk in generalities and we come away from these conversations not with a strong sense that we really solved anything. And the question is, what can we define as a goal for a conversation or meeting and fix and do something about? So I'm happy to coordinate with you, Mr. Manager, and think of what some of those things are. What we didn't do early on was really prioritize. We stated a list of things that we wanted to achieve or the goals that we had, and we didn't acknowledge the places where one of those goals works at cross purposes with another and resolve how we fix that. How do we preserve the trees and also bring the cost of housing down, for example? So I just think we need to get a little deeper into a couple of those critical questions. Maybe that's a committee thing first and then becomes a full council conversation. But I would just say, colleagues, you really need to be active on this. You need to kind of weigh in and say, this is what I want, this is what we want, and let's get together so that we send a message. Thank you.
Those are great comments. I just wanted to follow up. I do think getting things scheduled and on the way, I believe that we should send this to the committee and then let them go through it and then have a workshop perhaps earlier on one of the days that we could all be here for a council meeting, the earlier in the afternoon or sometime that makes it work for everyone. But I do believe that when we are talking about this, we need continuous communication and feedback in a relevant way. And it can't come from just one council member. It has to come from a consensus that we've developed. This is the direction we want to take. And so I would hope that the manager would be able to set something up and maybe a schedule that's like maybe monthly, quarterly. I don't know what the right schedule is, but I do believe the engagement is warranted and needed, and we need to be in a way that we're following it consistently so we know what we're doing and not move around like we're talking about this and that. We need to have something that either say it's about the developer, the neighborhoods, the NES, the Infrastructure Commission. All of these things are going on. I mean, these people are meeting and working hard on this stuff, so we need to just make sure that we keep up with everyone. Mr. Graham?
Just one quick comment, and just want to reiterate what Councilmember Winston and Johnson said about the communication of what we're doing and kind of simplifying it in a way. I think that's going to be really, really important. And again, Mr. Manager, you heard me say this before. I think one of the most underutilized resources we got is the government channel. I mean, we got to find a way to utilize that asset that we have to communicate outwardly to the citizens in a way that is user-friendly, that simplifies what we're doing and talking to the community in their love language, right, in a manner that they can understand what we're doing. And so hopefully, I don't know if it's a funding issue as we go into next budget season, that we really kind of take a look at, that area and try to utilize it not only for this issue, but a wide variety of other messages we want to communicate outwardly to the community. Believe it or not, a lot of people watch it. And that goes in addition to whether it's Twitter or Facebook or, as Councilmember Johnson said, in the communities, talking to neighborhood leaders. I think if we can kind of do that, I think it may help some of the communication piece and kind of water it down in a language that the community can understand it. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Johnson?
One last thing. Instead of it being so dissected, the comprehensive plan and the UDO plan and the transportation plan, what if we looked at this more from a neighborhood perspective? Like this specific address, this is how this applies to me. This is what and you said that, Councilmember Ajmira, and Councilmember Driggs said it as well. People want to know, how does this apply to me? So if there was some comprehensive look, and I don't know if it would be interactive on the computer, type in your address, and this is what, this is what your address, the UDO says, the tree ordinance, the transportation, this is how this applies to you. This is what this means. So if we can start looking at this, even if you all went to churches or community centers, okay, here's this address on Sugar Creek. This is how this neighborhood will look based on the comprehensive plan and the UDO and the place types. All of this language it's very technical and it doesn't mean anything to, a lot of people. They want to know, how do all of these plans or this comprehensive plan apply to this address? So if we could start looking at things from an address perspective, some kind of way, and I don't know how you do that, but something comprehensive, even if it were an overlay. But the dissection of, what's the 2040 plan, what's the UDO plan, what's the transportation plan, residents want to know, how does it apply to my address? That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Jones.
And all of this is extremely helpful. I believe if we go back, I don't know, a few months ago, we did talk with council members about what are some of the ways that you'd like for us to communicate. And I think Mr. Driggs you actually want us to mail everybody. And at first we scratched our heads, but it was a great idea. So what I'm hearing over and over again is, how does it apply to me? And what we'll do is we will reconvene tomorrow, look at the schedule that we have in terms of communication, and we can be nimble. We'll make sure there's something that's more touching for the individual, but also make sure that we can do something that the council as a body can also see how this works.
Thank you. Great discussion, great points made, where we, really step up. All right, so who's going to
Madam Mayor,
be
Mr.
next?
Winston has his hand up.
Oh, Mr. Winston, I'm sorry, I didn't see it on the board.
Mayor Lyles, this is kind of sort of on the conversation that we had earlier today. I think a big part of this is what I'm hearing my colleagues saying is that there's we have a lot of questions. We're asking a lot of questions and trying to bring clarity on behalf of of our constituents. Here's staff really trying hard to figure out ways to do this. I think we're all saying, how can we communicate better amongst each other, and really kind of suss through all of this information. I really like what Councilmember Graham said earlier today. I agree with him that more people watch the government channel than we probably think. I think if we could do some type of a weekly show or something where we're able to talk about topics, I think that could be quite effective. I don't think that's the only solution. Something I think about is a wiki. A wiki is something like Wikipedia is something that could be open source, so that everything doesn't rely on staff. It's a place where we can all put our questions down and have a repository, but we can also see everybody's answers. And for those things like what Ms. Johnson just suggested, right, to have some of those neighborhood or address specific things. Again, we can, since it's open source, we can rely on folks that are doing the work, have different understandings, and are trying to decipher these things in the community to add to this kind of body of knowledge. But we would also have the ability to monitor that from a city perspective to make sure, all the information on that is germane and correct. So it could be something that we could also, as council members, reference when we are having those meetings without going through stacks of paper. Just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you for the suggestion. Staff will look into that. All right, we're now going to move to our second item for the review today. Thank you, Mr. Winston. Now we are going to move to our second item for the action review today, and it's the Transportation Initiatives Comprehensive Transportation Review Guidelines. All right, and Mr. McKinney's going to start us off.
Thank you. Yeah, again, Ed McKinney with the Charlotte Department of Transportation, and hopefully you'll see actually the interrelationship to what I'm about to talk about and the discussion you've just been having. So what I want to do today is walk you through some work that we've shared with you very briefly at your fall strategy session, and then last month we went into this in a little bit more detail with the Transportation Planning and Environment Committee around the transportation and mobility components of the UDO. So this might be a good opportunity to walk you through in a little bit more detail and kind of tease off of some of the discussion we've just been having about understanding a little bit more of the details, some of the things that we're doing related to the UDO. So what I want to do, again, is follow up, give you a sense of what this is about, what these transportation guidelines are, why they're important, relate it to the schedule engagement that's going on with the UDO, and then hopefully leave you with a clear sense of what's new and why are we in front of you, and why is this really important to be having this discussion with you early as part of the development of the UDO and the review. So using some new terminology. The Comprehensive Transportation Review Guidelines is really a new term that we've used to really call something that we already do, but we're rethinking of it in a completely different way. So what we're creating is a guidelines that will replace the existing traffic impact study guidelines that we have today. And you, as council, you're familiar with this, I think, obviously, primarily through rezoning cases. So on large rezoning and development cases, we're doing traffic impact. You see some of that data and that information, and we've provided with you summaries of that related to development projects. So we have standards in place today, and what I want to walk you through is what we're proposing to do related to the UDO and primarily related to making sure that our guidelines and our policies and practices are tied to the goals established in the 2040 plan and ultimately integrated in a way that can be implemented through the UDO. To give you a little bit of a sort of a cut to the chase on some of the key parts of this is certainly one of the things that you've talked with us about is the trip thresholds. And one of the questions that we get asked many times through rezoning cases is, was there a study required and what threshold was it? And so I'll talk with you in detail here in a moment, but yes, we are looking at revising those trip thresholds, and that relates again both to the goals that we have and are established in the comprehensive plan, but is certainly informed by the discussion that we've been having with you over the last several years, given the pace and growth that we're seeing in the development throughout the community. We are also, though, one of the big things I'll emphasize is the multimodal part of this, and I'll go in lots of detail here in a moment, but it's really important, and I'll emphasize the notion that this is comprehensive. We're using that word intentionally to say that we're revising these guidelines not just to look at how we mitigate traffic, vehicular traffic in cars, but how are we ensuring that the infrastructure that we're building is really supporting the expectations we have in our place types and the kind of character and development that we want to see out throughout the community. The last point I want to make, and this is an important one, because one of the things that we do today on these guidelines and currently how we apply them is primarily through the rezoning process. So most of this analysis and mitigation is happening through those rezoning petitions. One of the fundamentally sort of new things that will ultimately get implemented through the UDO is these new districts that we're talking about. Once they get applied and rezoned throughout the city, we knew it was going to be important that these guidelines were clarified and reestablished so that by right development, as anticipated through the UDO, would be tied to these guidelines. So we want to make sure that we're not just applying this through the rezoning process, but sort of completely applying this in the future once we have an adopted UDO and we are essentially rezoning that UDO throughout the city. You've seen this diagram before, and I want to just emphasize again the relationship of this work to all the work that's been in front of you over the last several years. So at the top of this diagram, obviously, is the 2040 plan. That's essentially our vision for our growth. And as we've talked about, there's some key components of that from a land use standpoint, certainly the policy map, the UDO from a development and ordinance standpoint, and then what's in the middle there is the strategic mobility plan and the work that we've been doing to tie those things together. The two specific things I want to dive into in a little bit more detail tonight is particularly around these transportation review guidelines, but also this notion that these guidelines will sit within a document called a streets manual, which will be a technical support document to the UDO. It's tied very specifically to the adopted policies, the ultimate adopted policies to the policy map, but is essentially an important kind of guideline document that will allow us to apply all the things I'm going to talk about to the implementation of development review through the UDO. So a little technical thing here, but it's an important part of the establishment of making sure these guidelines connect from our policy and become a sort of a technical way that we can implement it through our UDO. Won't go through the schedule. You've seen this before. This isn't any different than what Laura just described, but what I do want to highlight here on the red is where those two components from a process and engagement sit. So the streets map, which was that one component of the streets manual, which is that map that essentially defines the expectations of all our arterial streets. That's tied to the review that we're currently going through with the community around the policy map. So that's a process that we're tied completely to that public process, and we're getting input from that now. And And the schedule of that with the planning department will be taking the input that we've gotten from the community and preparing a revised version of that with the revision to the policy map. The guidelines, these transportation review guidelines that I'm going to talk about in more detail, are following the UDO process. So those guidelines get implemented through the UDO, so it's important that they follow that schedule. The review and even some of the economic analysis that Allison's going to talk about in a minute are tied to these draft guidelines, and ultimately the adoption review of that from a council standpoint would be in the same schedule as the adoption review of the UDO. So again, let me paint the picture quickly about why we're doing what we're doing as I get into the detail. And I want to again start with the comprehensive plan. So what's on this slide is what essentially the words that are adopted in the comprehensive plan specific to goal 5. So of the goals of the comprehensive plan, there was one very specific one related to transportation and mobility. And that goal 5 had these 6 objectives. I'm not certainly don't need to read all those words, but I want to highlight a few things because these policies and this vision are what we tie ourselves back to when we're looking at how do we technically make sure that we're implementing these expectations as we look at development and the impacts of development that is having on our community. So you see things like safety, certainly. You see things like equitable and affordable. So we're looking at ensuring that the way we incentivize, the way that we expect development to occur, starts to meet some of those goals. Multimodal connectivity, sustainability, managing congestion, thinking about emerging technologies. You'll see in a moment, you're going to see where some of these things start to land and some of the specific expectations we have in the guidelines. And again, the point I'm making here is it's the way that we hold ourselves accountable to what we're expecting in these guidelines relative to the expectations that are in our vision plans and the comprehensive plan. Let me now dive into that in a little bit more detail. So what you see on the 2 halves of the slide are essentially sort of a high-level summary of how we do our traffic impact study today, kind of very simplified version of what the focus is. And then I've pulled out, this is even a more specific piece of our adopted policy plan, our comprehensive plan, that said, very specifically set some expectations about how we should look at revising and updating our transportation review guidelines. So today, a couple of emphasis that you'll see as I walk through our proposal, very focused on vehicle trips. So essentially our TIS is really specifically around quantifying how many trips, quantifying how that impacts the network around it, but very specific just to the impacts of vehicles. And as I'll mention in a minute, and as you'll see, and as you can assume from the vision of our comprehensive plan, our city is much more than that, right? We need to be thinking about our city in a more walkable, transit, and multimodal way. There's one threshold, and I mentioned this notion of thresholds. I'll talk about our approach to that in a moment. But again, we have one threshold. It's 2,500 trips. I'll give you the context of that in a second. And certainly that's been a hot topic with council on rezonings. And should we be thinking about that differently? And I'll share with you what our proposal is. And then again, the notion that it's really primarily applied to our rezoning process. I've already said that. I want to make sure it's clear, again, what our focus of our today's policy and practices. And as you can see, what the comprehensive plan says is we want it to be multimodal. We want it to be integrated. It should relate to addressing the multimodal needs we have of a city. And a new terminology in there, again, I'll share with you what that looks like from a transportation demand management standpoint. So it's not just about mitigating what's going to happen, but what can we do to incentivize ensuring that we're getting places that are multimodal and maybe not creating as many trips as they need to. There's some very interesting ways that other cities are doing that, particularly in our high intensity places. So you'll see how we've begun to apply those practices in the proposed guidelines that we have. So again, the notion that we're just attempting to make a pretty dramatic shift from a very vehicle focused to a more multimodal comprehensive focus. And let me walk you through what that could look like from a detail standpoint. Simple way, so maybe a simplified way to kind of break it down from a proposal standpoint. How do we get there? How do we do what I just described? We've kind of boiled it down to answering maybe 3 basic questions. So number 1 is it's really first and foremost about how are we moving people. So it should start with the pedestrian. It should be assessing what is the multimodal infrastructure around a development project, what are the needs that we have, and what's the rational expectation we should have of that development to help support and strengthen that multimodal infrastructure. There's also this notion, again, of this transportation demand management. It's a simple way of saying, how do we reduce trips? What are the things that we can do, sometimes physical, sometimes programmatic, to incentivize and support development to find innovative ways to encourage other modes of travel, to encourage reduced use of the vehicle, things that essentially take trips off the road. And so there's some unique things that we think we can include in these guidelines that would help us get there, particularly in some of our most high intensity places and transit supported places. And then lastly, certainly managing traffic will continue to be an important part of what we do. It just needs to be in context to these other questions, right? And so I'll talk about, we've reduced and come up with some thoughts about how to reduce those thresholds. One of the unique things I'll share with you is we also believe one threshold doesn't completely make sense. The complexity and diversity of development in Charlotte is too much for one threshold to address. And so I'll walk you through kind of what we're proposing to do with that. So again, remember the big questions. How are we moving people? It's really about a multimodal assessment. What are the things that we can do to strengthen that? Are there some things in particular places, in high intensity places, that we can encourage reducing trips? And then where it makes sense, we still believe we need to do the traffic analysis to know that there's some infrastructure improvements that still can and should be made from a vehicular standpoint. I'm going to now start going in a little bit more detail, give you some examples. I'll kind of end with a sort of a simplified example and try to give you a snapshot of what this could look like. So for the first two questions, the multimodal and this transportation review question, the way we would walk you through is essentially calibrating a sort of a tiered expectation of what we want you to do based on the context. So it would start with ultimately what UDO zoning district are you? Are you in a higher intensity one? Are you a lower intensity one? It would then ask the question, what land use are you? Because depending upon the land use, you have a different trip generation, a different trip pattern. And so that it's more than just how much, it's really what kind of use, and then ultimately how much of that use. So if you start to answer those basic questions about a development, that would set up for us a set of tiers that said, okay, depending upon what context, what land use, how much are you doing, would then calibrate an expectation that says, okay, given that scale of development and where you are, there's a menu of essentially multimodal and TDM measures that we would expect that would be part of your mitigation. And from a multimodal standpoint, we've already identified many of those needs. We've got accessible ramps and infrastructure throughout our city that we need to help improve. And it's one of our own public expectations. And we think there's some very simple and transparent ways that we could connect those needs to development projects. There's certainly sidewalk gaps. There's identified places where we know we need pedestrian crossings. I'll show you an example in a moment where there's known projects, and essentially it's a very simple conversation calibrated to the scale of development that would set our expectations for a development project to help us fill and meet some of those expectations. From a TDM standpoint, a transportation demand management standpoint, again, if you're in a high intensity place, particularly around transit, we've got a menu of options that would be available, and our goal there is really to encourage some new thinking, both physical and programmatic. So, a good example is obviously some office and development projects, if you just simply have the facilities to shower and change so that if you are commuting by bicycle, it just encourages your employees to do that. So a project that would do that would certainly get credit and be part of their mitigation pattern. Could be a programmatic thing, such as providing for or subsidizing a transit pass. So we've defined sort of a broad menu that gives development opportunities and developers to choose from in a pretty hopefully transparent way and flexible way, so that again, as we find those opportunities, what we're really trying to do is encourage as many ways as we can to reduce trips. So that sort of describes the sort of notion of calibrating down to what kind of project intensity are you. We've defined a set of menus that help us define those projects in a transparent way to get to both the idea of how do we move people and how to reduce trips. Finally, the question about traffic. So let me talk a little bit about the notion of thresholds and how we would continue to look at and mitigate from a traffic impact standpoint. So We do believe we need to reduce thresholds. You see on this chart gives you context of where Charlotte is within these examples are North Carolina examples, but you can see our 2,500 trip threshold compared to even some of our larger cities in North Carolina. Raleigh is a good example at 1,500 trips, some of the smaller ones down to 1,000. If you look at national examples, some of our peer cities are somewhere in the kind of 1,000 to 2,000 trip range. And so, again, it's clear to us that calibrating that threshold needs to be rethought. But it's really important. The message here is that it's not just one threshold. We believe that intensity should be a big part of it because, again, for us, the scale and kind of diversity of development in Charlotte it means that we need a more nuanced way to kind of look at traffic impact. So I won't go through all the details of this slide, but what I want to emphasize is what we've teed up as sort of a low intensity threshold and a higher intensity threshold. And it may be sort of counterintuitive, but the notion that in our lower intensity places are generally the places that are still growing initially, and there's still a fair amount of kind of vehicular infrastructure that's still available to us. And so we believe the thresholds should be a little bit lower there because simply the nature of how travel still moves in some of those lower intensity places will still be a little bit predominantly based on the vehicle. And there's still some really important places where we can get infrastructure tied to their development impact that's valuable to us as those parts of our city grows. From a high intensity standpoint, those opportunities are less. And I'll show you an example in just a second that says in some of our high intensity places, we've really exhausted all the vehicular kinds of capacity things that we want. In fact, what we really want to do is encourage walking, bike, pedestrian access to transit. And so really our emphasis is less on making having a development do a traffic study and really more focused on ensuring that we're getting the kind of multimodal infrastructure that we want in those kinds of places. Here's the example. So let me try to share at a high level what that could look like. And we shared a quick version of this with you at the fall strategy session, but let me walk you through it again in the context of what I've just described, which is back to those three questions. So the project here is this is an office project developed I think maybe 2 or 3 years ago on Moorhead, just outside of Uptown. You're probably 2.5 blocks away from the Blue Line, so you're just you're essentially within walking distance of transit. You're on Moorhead, you're close to Uptown. This is an office development with some retail mixed use on the ground floor. Allison talked through this at your strategy session a little bit to give you a sense of that from the draft standpoint. It sits within a regional activity center place type and potentially would be from a draft UDO standpoint, an urban edge zoning, probably one of our higher intensity zoning districts. It just gives you a little bit of context for the type of place that's trying to create. So here, again, the emphasis is on moving people, reducing trips, and in this case, because of its location, its intensity, it wouldn't make sense within our guidelines to actually do a conventional traffic study about trips. It's really about how do we ensure that we get the right kind of pedestrian and multimodal infrastructure. This is a case where there was a project at that intersection that's shown in this example at Caldwell, where there was already an identified need for a signal and a pedestrian crossing. And so that would be a great case as a development project like this comes in, an identified pedestrian project is already on the table. And then through the development review, comprehensive transportation review process, we would have a way to calibrate what is the appropriate response that development could occur. So it might be helping support a portion of that cost depending upon the scale of the project. It might actually be the full investment of that pedestrian infrastructure, but it's calibrated specifically to a need related and already identified around that development project. And then again, from a TDM standpoint, what we really would want to be encouraging is reducing trips. And we didn't do this on this project, but an example could have been, right, if this office project was and already could be encouraging bicycle commute, having the facilities there in place, or again, the notion that you're a couple of blocks from the Blue Line and ensuring that your tenants and your employees might have access to a subsidized transit pass. Those couple of examples of the kind of menus. So the point I'm trying to make there is in those kinds of places, in a high intensity place, what we're really trying to emphasize is the things that are set up in our goals and our comprehensive plan and essentially our place types. I know I've given you a lot to cover. Let me just use this as a way to kind of summarize, again, the notion of where we are today and what we're trying to get to from a proposal standpoint. Moving people, new threshold with a menu of the things that we could do around a development project to ensure that we strengthen the pedestrian environment. We do that somewhat today, but there's no formal requirement. So this is a way to kind of make that process more transparent and clear. Same thing from a TDM standpoint. We've done some good examples, some big projects and some larger rezonings where we've gotten some great commitments around TDM, but that's really been through the negotiated rezoning process. We feel this is an important opportunity to get that established in these guidelines. And then on a traffic standpoint, again, the notion from one threshold, we think there's a calibrated version of threshold that is really tied to high and low intensity places, but only applied, again, in those places that we think we have the best opportunity and impact to have a more technical transportation review. So again, lots of information. Back to the slide again, just to remind you that the whole comprehensive transportation review process I just described, there is a draft out there. We're walking through that and sort of lockstep with the schedule of the UDOs. Allison, I think we'll talk here in just a second about how we get to that from an the economic impact analysis, and we're continuing to engage through that process to get input and review on these guidelines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We've got a lot of interest in this topic, so I'm really glad to see the report coming up, and again, another opportunity for a good discussion. We'll start with Ms. Ajmira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I have a lot of questions. So I might need a one-on-one with you, but just a couple that I think we can go over now. So how does the transportation mobility network plan will fit into this CTR?
So your question was about the transformational mobility network and the relationship?
Yes.
So I don't want to be the spokesperson for that because I know there's lots of work going on, but the simple way I would say it is the comprehensive transportation review guidelines are really tied to the way we review private development and implement the development regulations of the UDO. They're completely separate from how we might publicly fund larger infrastructure. That these guidelines are really just a new way for us to be thinking about how we engage in a kind of a comprehensive way to mitigate development traffic as applied through our essentially our future UDO.
So to follow up on that, Ed, so we do have plans in place, for an example, Silver Line. So are we going to implement some of this regulatory requirements in anticipation of, for an example, Silver Line, or that would come after the Silver Line is in the pipeline? So
I think if it's a place type UDO question, and maybe it's best to throw it to Ty or Allison on the implementation of the place type in UDO.
Thank you, Ed. So my feeling is that you're trying to tie this to the Silver Line as related to the transformation and mobility network. So what we've been doing is, like Ed said, this is totally separate from that. Without the transformation mobility network, this work will continue to go on as to how do we make sure that developments along our existing blue line or future light rail station, they really have the right regulations that will help them to be implemented in the future. So regardless of the TMN, this work will continue to go on. One thing we've done very well, obviously, through the place type mapping effort is working closely with CATS with regard to the Silver Line work. So the right place types are in place for that. But even beyond that is also looking at areas where there could be potential rail systems in the future, maybe phase 3 of the Gold Line, for example. What will the place types along that corridor, what will they look like? And all of that is being worked out separately as part of the conversation we're having with CATS. But this strategy mobility plan is completely different from the transformation and mobility network, because without the mobility network or TMN, we will continue to do this one. This is more of This is not funding driven as much as a vision and regulatory driven than the TMN.
So to follow up on that, Taiwo, this will only apply to the existing light rail, right? Just for an example, right? It's not in anticipation of other light rail projects that are that are in planning.
It will also apply to future.
Eventually, once
Yes.
it's completed.
Whatever we have right now, we're working also with CATS on the 2030
Right.
transit system plan, which is already.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
So next question. So on slide number 23, could you go to that slide? So where you have the intensity mapping, I guess, how would residents know what is their intensity mapping look like? Would that be part of our 2040 mapping exercise?
Sorry, I just want to make sure I get to this slide.
I believe it was 23.
Is that,
Yeah, so you got low intensity, you got medium to high intensity. So would this be part of our overall 2040 mapping exercise? So let's say if it's neighborhood 1, then it's low intensity versus the activity center, that would be medium to high intensity. So how are we mapping that? Would that be part of the overall mapping exercise?
yeah, so the intent here is to follow, and it's not predetermining the process that we're going through now on the policy map and ultimately UDO. So wherever those land, the intent of these guidelines is to tie it very specifically, and I'll be even more specific. These guidelines would tie very specifically to the UDO districts, ultimately once adopted again. So we know there's lots of work to get through the review of all of that and the adoption. What we will do ultimately with these guidelines is make sure that once that is adopted, our definition of high and low intensity will be specifically defined by the UDO zoning districts that apply to them. So it'll be driven by the ultimate ordinance of the UDO following the policy map.
Okay, so this will be after the UDO is completed, or would be before?
Well, these are following, these guidelines are essentially, as I mentioned, following the review process of the UDO, so that they sort of come in tandem. So you won't be adopting one before the other. You'll essentially be doing them at the same time.
Got it. But it will come after the 2040 policy map exercise.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I didn't quite understand when you were giving an example, the Moorhead example. So in high intensity, for this traffic infrastructure requirements or additional investment in infrastructure, would that be substituting for no traffic study? Is that what I heard? Is that correct?
Yeah, again, so and I'm oversimplifying in this example, but it's sort of to make a point. There are places, and we might argue this is a good example. There are places where there aren't real opportunities to add a right turn lane or a dual left turn lane or the kind of typical traffic mitigation. And in fact, sometimes that would be inconsistent with the character of the place that we're trying to make, right? We want them to be more walkable, more comfortable from a pedestrian standpoint. And we've got, in this case, you've got a very robust urban street network, and we've got the access that's already there. The emphasis from our perspective at that point should be, let's make it the best pedestrian environment we could possibly make it. Let's ensure that development is incentivized and encouraging its access to the transit that's already there. We want to essentially put the emphasis where our policy is. We want that to be multimodal, not auto-focused.
So what I hear that ultimately where the gaps are would be identified as a result of this and would probably be filled, some of this gap, through this private development. However, I just want us to be mindful that it is predictable, right? What are those infrastructure investment look like? Whether it's bike facilities or whether it's sidewalks, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Ed, I really appreciate the work you're doing, and I'm particularly pleased to see that we are now getting specific about traffic, because during the early 2040 plan conversations, people were saying to me, so, what does it mean? But I did want to just give you a feel for the kind of community-facing conversations, at least that I've had, and you've had some of them too. People say, so is Providence Road going to be more or less crowded? Are we going to limit development on Providence Road in such a way that we don't have to wait 30 minutes to get through 51 coming south? And interpreting this and offering it as an answer and saying, yes, because we are doing this, your life on Providence Road or Ardrey Kell or wherever is going to get easier. I don't know how we do that, because it looks like here we are talking about what should be a smarter approach to traffic, and that should bring with it the prospect of less congestion on the road. But at the same time, if we can't build the infrastructure that gives people alternatives to their cars, and we start squeezing on the traffic, where does that get us? And we want higher density. We need that in order to achieve our housing goal. So I think I look at this kind of dynamically. I think we will build out our infrastructure, and we do have a plan for mobility, but I can see a 10 to 20 year horizon in which people don't really have a lot of choice. And so will this give them comfort that their life on the road is going to be easier?
The simple way I would answer that for the moment, and there's lots more work and part of the economic analysis and some of the additional work that we're going to be doing over the next 6 months or so, we'll start to test some of this out. But the simple way I would answer the Providence Road question, let's go back to this threshold and intensity. Our argument, I think, is that Providence Road isn't one thing, that there are places along Providence Road as you get closer into the city that have intensity, that have mixed use, that want to be and are evolving to be more walkable, have better access to bus transit, et cetera. And there are places that are less intense. So I know that doesn't completely answer the question, but what I would say the way these guidelines are intended to set up is to recognize that even a corridor like Providence isn't one thing, and our approach has to be calibrated and context sensitive. And in some places, we think there'll be projects along Providence where you would absolutely do a traffic impact study and understand its vehicular impacts. There are places where you might not do that as much, given, again, the intent of where the comprehensive plan is going and context of that corridor. So we need to vet that out. We need to test that out some more. And you're right, it is an important question to have with the community. But our notion is we think there's sort of it's not a one size fits all solution.
I mean, I would promote this by saying that we are going to make fewer land use decisions that are totally incomprehensible from a traffic standpoint, because I think that's what it is. It is a more subtle, a multidimensional process. It's not one threshold on the traffic impact study, so that even though we can't promise a solution, we can be smarter about it, and that's the key, I think. So thank you, Ed.
I think, Ed, you really put that, I'm sorry, Mr. Jakes, you did that very well, because I do think that traffic impact studies are generally what not to do or to prevent something, whereas what you're trying to do here is figure out a better way to deliver the opportunity. So I think that's really well said. All right, we have Mr. Phipps followed by Mr. Newton and then Ms. Johnson.
Yeah, Ed, going back to that slide you had with how we manage traffic with the triggers for the traffic impact study. Yeah, so why not keep the 2,500 TIS trigger for high intensity development? Because my concern is that there's no line of demarcation between medium and high intensity. Both of them are set at 2,000 trips. So how would you differentiate between medium and high intensity if they're all have the same trigger?
It's a fair question. What you see here is we've combined what I would call medium and high into one category, and what we propose is the 2,000 trip threshold. Your question is a good question that, again, is part of our process as we go through the economic analysis review to test, okay, maybe we do need another layer in there, maybe there's a medium intensity threshold. We'll test that. To your question, maybe instead of 2,000 trips, it should just be set at our current 2,500 trips. Again, one of the things we want to do, is Allison would talk about here in a moment, I want to give her an opportunity to talk about the economic analysis of part of that, and we're fully ingrained in that, or integrated into that process where we want to work through and test a whole number of sites to kind of answer some of the questions you're asking, to make sure that we've got the right, that we've calibrated it in the right way. So it's, the way I would answer your question is that's part of what we want to analyze as we go through the review of this process before we go to adoption.
So you're saying it's quite possible that we might have a differentiation?
We will test that for sure. And I mean, to even be more frank with you, we're going to get a lot of feedback from the development community about these thresholds and the impact. So our intent is to have a full, sort of transparent, on the table kind of conversation about what those thresholds will be, and we'll hold ourselves accountable to truly testing what these proposals mean, and being really transparent with you and the development community and the broader community about what we think is the right approach, with some very rigorous kind of testing and review.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the presentation, Ed. I feel like this is a more flexible, responsive approach than what we have with our rigid 2,500 daily trip threshold. We know that the city is growing exponentially. I think that there are areas that are growing faster than others. We see that every month in our rezoning meetings. One of my frustrations has been that the data we receive is only up to date today. And we're not really looking at data that we know will be, say, occurring like 5 years in the road, or 5 years down the road. So essentially, in areas where there is high growth, we know that the impacts of that growth are going to manifest themselves down the road, and we're not seeing that today. How do we model or shape a model that incorporates future growth so we can get ahead of that curve, rather than finding ourselves in situations where we're only being responsive to today and creating scenarios where we're falling further behind in infrastructure, traffic, and transit improvements in those high-growth areas?
We do, and I don't want to take too much time answering the question if we need to move on, but I would say, and this may be a great follow-up for a discussion with the Transportation Planning and Environment Committee to get a little bit more into detail. The quick way I would answer to you, though, is without giving you lots of detail, there in this proposal, and even in what we do today, there are ways in which we do anticipate future growth and what I would describe as the cumulative impact. I wouldn't argue to say that that's the best, we do it the best way we possibly could, but I don't want anyone to leave with the impression that we don't look at broader growth through these analysis we do, and we're certainly be glad to go through that in more detail with the committee and council moving forward.
And I think that's worth us having a conversation offline as well, because I see this as a real opportunity for us to address that. So thank you.
All right, and now we'll go to Ms. Johnson, and then we're going to wrap this up and go downstairs. We have a public forum as well as a number of items on our agenda. So Ms. Johnson, take us home.
Take us home. Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to attend that meeting also, because I want to piggyback off what Mr. Newton said. I'd like to see a cumulative approach also, and I think I've said that. If I'm a developer and my development has 2,499 trips, and his next to me has 2,499 trips, and hers next to me has 2,499. The neighborhood is burdened with all these trips, but there's not been a traffic study triggered. So that's what, and I know in District 4, there's areas with lots of growth, but there's not the one that triggers it. So, meanwhile, the traffic, the neighborhoods are burdened with traffic. It's like this on Mallard Creek, and I've been saying this with the King's Grant. They're proposing this large development, but there's so much growth along that highway. So I'd like to know if that cumulative strategic approach, if we can look at more of a cumulative approach from past development or ongoing development and to count, future. We really need to be more nimble in that approach because it's not working.
Yeah, no, it's great feedback, and certainly that'd be a great topic for us to talk more deep with the committee, for sure. I appreciate that feedback.
Thank you.
Well, I think just like we talked about the UDO and some of the questions, this may be one of the workshops that we need to have. Now, we have a large
I have
number
my
of
hand up.
people.
Sorry. Before you
I'm
leave.
sorry. Mr. Winston?
Yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry, I did not, is it not coming up on the board? It's just, Mr. Winston?
Yes, thank you. Kind of piggybacking on what Mr. Newton and Ms. Johnson were referring to. I think we are missing a couple goals. I think a good question this study should be able to answer or help us answer is how do we achieve neighborhood-friendly speeds or govern higher speeds on roads between 2 points. Again, the differentiating between streets and roads. But to Mr. Newton and Ms. Johnson's points, traffic modeling inherently has a goal of creating plausible narratives, not necessarily the correct narratives. Traffic studies are inherently backwards looking at worse, or at the best, they're present day looking. Measures what is happening now or compares what is happening over time to project what is needed in the future. But it lacks the human nature aspect of growth regarding the engineering of transportation infrastructure. For instance, we might think about eating and drinking establishments and wanting to create pedestrian-friendly orientations around that. Well, that eating and drinking establishment might be very different if it's a Jenny's ice cream versus a cookout. Both have pedestrian aspects of it, but I don't think your traffic study is thinking about how the neighborhood or people will interact with that particular type of development and how that will spur, to Ms. Johnson's point, other types of development that we haven't even thought of. So my question is, and kind of about what Mr. Newton, in different words of what Mr. Newton was asking, how are we going to include human or non-expert input that works in combination with the professional methodologies that you have presented in this CTR study method? Because I think it's important. I think we miss a goal if we don't combine the two, the art and the science.
Good feedback. No, that's a great topic for us moving forward. I appreciate that feedback. We'll love to come back to the Transportation Planning and Environment Committee and talk through that in a little bit more detail.
Okay, the chamber is full, so I would suggest going down to the basement and coming around instead of trying to walk down the steps because it's full. And we'll start as soon as we get 6 people there. and I want to say thank you. The Charlotte City Council convened its meeting earlier today about 5 o'clock, and we've been in a session talking about a number of things that impact our future, the 2040 plan, how we do better transportation options, all kinds of things like that. So I want to say to each of you, welcome to our business meeting set time today. And I'm going to have the people at the dais provide their names, and we'll go around so that everyone has introductions. We'll start with the city attorney who's coming in.
Good evening, I'm Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
Good evening, Ed Driggs, District 7.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Mark Eggleston, District 1.
And I am Vi Lyle, serving as mayor.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Greg Cripps at large.
Happy Monday, Dimple Ajmera at large.
Good evening, everyone. Matt Newton, District 5.
Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk.
All right, as is our practice, we have a public forum where people come down and talk with us about things that are on their mind. And tonight we have, of our public forum, several speakers. I will let you know that we have a 3-minute limit on our speakers during the public forum, and I think I have 3 speakers coming down to speak this evening. So I'm going to call each of you because sometimes it takes a little bit of distance or time to get the distance down the steps and to the podium. We have 2 podiums here, so I'm going to first welcome Larry Mackey down to speak to the council, followed by Matt Hefner. Matt Hefner, you can come down and we can put each on one side. And our final speaker in our public forum will be Nichelle Dunlap.
Braxton Winston checking in virtually.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We also have council members that are online that didn't have a chance to be introduced. So let's go to our online council members for introductions. Thank you.
Braxton Winston at large.
Tarek Bakari, District 6.
Is there anyone else that I failed to introduce or be introduced? Okay, so I think that's our group. Mr. Mackey, good to see you. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, and thank you. I want to talk about Charlotte Water. We provide water, clean water, and we remove the wastewater. Through the pandemic, we worked through the whole pandemic. We made sure all our customers, whatever service they needed, were provided by us. And I want to thank them guys for working so hard of what they do for the city. But everybody in here, we need basic needs. And the basic needs are housing, transportation, food on our table, health insurance, and if you have kids, child care. As we know, Charlotte grown to be a big city. And the prices of the housing, even also the apartment, is outrageous. It takes 2.5 to 3 checks to pay your rent. It takes 15% more to put food on your table. It takes 40%, 35 to 40% more to fuel your car. Those are basic. And anybody who works 40 hours a week should be able to do the basic. Y'all been working hard for us, and I'm asking y'all to continue to work hard for us. Because without you, where will we be? So just remember, we just want to do the basic. Be able to pay the basic thing. We ain't asking for vacation. We ain't asking for new cars. We want to be able to stop robbing Peter to pay for. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mackey. Mr. Hefner is next up, and Nichelle Dunlap is going to be virtual. All right, Mr. Hefner?
Madam Mayor, I'm going to ask for some grace. I was emailed by the clerk earlier and asked to reduce my speech to a minute and a half. So I have a minute and a half speech prepared, but I have the 3-minute speech in my phone. So if it's okay, I'm going to read from my phone and give you the 3-minute speech. It may be 3:10 because I'm reading and I don't see as well as I used to. So
I got a couple of pairs of glasses up here for you. All right.
good evening. My name is Matt Hefner, and I'm a homicide detective with the CMPD. I'm 22 years into a 30-year career. I'm a proud husband and father and a humble servant of Jesus Christ. Tonight I represent hundreds of city employees, both vaccinated and unvaccinated, who wish to make it known that our health decisions are no business of this council. We wish to keep our health decisions private without interference or coercion from this council and city leadership. An employee's decision to receive the COVID vaccine should be just that, the employee's decision. Mandated weekly testing for only the unvaccinated is punishment meant to coerce those employees into changing their decision. Represented here are members of the CMPD, the Charlotte Fire Department, and other city services. We are all very different, but we have one thing that unites us. We agree that you, the council, are adding yourself a chair in our homes where these decisions are to be made. Many of your city employees fill this room tonight, standing proudly with their families and their coworkers. Many of us have brought our children and spouses because your decisions are affecting people well beyond the names on the payroll. I speak tonight for a CMPD lieutenant who has a rare blood vessel disorder. Receiving any one of these COVID vaccines puts him at an extremely high risk for stroke, yet you choose to subject him to weekly testing, even though he carries the COVID antibodies. I speak tonight for a CMPD detective who is a new mother, breastfeeding her 4-month-old. She and her wife have grave concerns and little research about the effects of the vaccines being passed through breast milk. Yet you choose to subject her to weekly testing, despite the fact she and the baby beat COVID during pregnancy. I speak tonight for faithful employees in this room who have prayed to God with their families and taught their children from Scripture that God is the giver and taker of life, and only God is sovereign over viruses, diseases, and all other kinds of illnesses. Yet you make those faithful employees subject to your sovereignty, requiring them to test weekly after God has kept them from illness and symptoms. 2 years ago when COVID hit, nearly every civilian in this room stayed in their home for days and weeks. But officers and firefighters continued to do our jobs with no hard data available. Now you, the very people who depended on us, are deciding you will make our health decisions for us, forcing us to get vaccinated or test weekly. The freedom to choose our path, our own risk mitigation, our own health options is being taken away. You've pushed many of us into a corner, forcing us to choose between our health freedoms and our long-invested careers. By the CMPD's own data, at least 30% of our total COVID cases have occurred in fully vaccinated employees, and the vaccinated employees are spreading COVID just as easy as the unvaccinated. Yet you're punishing the unvaccinated with unwarranted testing in an effort to coerce them into getting the stick. You claim you can do all this through city policy. I will tell you there's an army of employees and citizens praying that you 12 people will see the light and stop this intrusion. And so I ask the 12 of you, and I ask you, Mr. City Manager, is this the right thing to do? Do you truly feel you should have that seat in each of our homes to decide our health for us? We, the employees of this city, say it's not your place. We ask you to stop these weekly testing mandates for the unvaccinated. We ask you to stop any future health mandates, especially related to vaccines. We don't want to battle.
Coming to council with a request to be heard. Thank you. Nichelle Dunlap? I can't hear you.
Good evening.
Thank you. Guys, if you could be as quiet so that we can hear Ms. Dunlap, that would be greatly appreciated.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Dunlap Thompson, and I am a member of UE 150 Charlotte City Workers Union. Shift differential pay has and will continue to be a topic of grave concern for the Charlotte City worker. As the sun sets and the city retires to their homes from a long day in the office, some of our city workers are having to leave their homes as well as their dinner tables to go out and seek the needs of the city. If they leave their homes while we remain comfortably within ours, it would seem that we would need to offer some type of incentive for them as well as their families as they endure this discomfort while ensuring ours. Durham has a population of 290,767, and that city covers roughly about 112.64 square miles. The city of Charlotte has a population of 887,214, and our city's total area covers roughly about 308.6 square miles. The city of Durham have implemented the Safety Adjustment Leave, which allows more time in the AM for those workers who had to report in the PM and work tirelessly throughout the night while we rest. Considering their 112.64 square miles compared to our 308.6 square miles, it would seem that this council would want to reevaluate the needs of this city worker as far as the tools that they need to cover the grounds of this city. I appreciate your time, and I yield to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so that is the end of our public forum. We don't have any further speakers. And I'd like to now move into the portion of our meeting where we recognize people that have made great contributions to our community or our government or just being a part of our community and having purpose. So I want to ask Mildred Millie Laney to please stand up. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about her. I'm not going to tell you when she was born, but I want you to know she's done a lot of good living. You know, when I came to work here as a staff person in the old City Hall building on the 3rd floor, there was the city clerk's office, and Mildred was there. And I want to say that she has worked for the city. Is it over 40 years, Mildred? 36 and a half, but who's counting, right? Mildred's duties really were to compose all of the city council meetings, minutes, and other meetings that we had. She used tape recorders, word processors. I expect you probably had a few written notes and things like that to transcribe as well. And she gave us the ability to know our history of what we've done as a council for many years. In her initial performance review, she was described as a diligent worker. She worked cooperatively with her team. She was conscientious and always dependable. In other words, she's been described as professional, knowledgeable, warm-hearted, dutiful, tireless, reliable, team player, organized, and meticulous. And you know that because she would call you and say, I did not understand that word. Can you please tell me what it means and how to spell it? She's been recognized a number of times throughout her employees, but over the years, she is clerk for city council meetings in the absence of the city clerk and the deputy clerk. And no matter how much complexity we gave her, she never failed to stand up to the task. On January 31st, year 2000, Millie retired for the first time. 15 years of service. On February 1st, 2001, she came back to work. So she never really stopped thinking about this community. She's worked part-time since then. Now, on December the 31st, she'll join a number of other people that have given so much to the city and will retire and begin doing more of the things that she enjoys, such as quilting and spending more time with her family. She's joined by her daughter and her granddaughter. Stand up. Daughter and granddaughter. She's also joined by a former city clerk, Brenda Fries. I'd like Brenda Fries to stand up. So all of these women have given a great deal of work and pride to this organization. So I just want you to know, after 35 years, and I'm going to read the list of mayors that Millie served. Mayor Gant, Myrick, Vinroot, McCory, Fox, Kinsey, Canyon, Claude Felter, Roberts, and I'm lucky enough to be added to that list. Thank you so much. Please stand up and give her a hand. Thank you very much. Enjoy that retirement. Take good care of your mom and your grandmom, because she really is a jewel in our city's crown. Thank you very much. So we will now go to the consent items on our agenda. So we have a separate vote on item 27 and 28. Item 69 has been deferred. And so I'd like to have a motion by the City Council for consent items 27 through 76 with the, I'm sorry, I should have said 29 through 76 with a vote, a motion to approve as not including 69. So 27, 28, and 69 are out.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Eggleston. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll have, because we have members on a roll call, on virtual, we'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem is out today. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
And Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
The motion passes. We have comments on two items, and I failed to say that. So we'll go back and do our comments. We have Mr. Phipps and Ms. Ajmira who wanted to comment on 30 and 32. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is for item number 30, Habitat for Humanity of the Charlotte Region funding for single-family rehabilitation, which is in $2 million partnership with the Habitat. I know a couple of weeks ago we were discussing Innovation District, and concerns had come up from the Cherry community to ensure that there is aging in place, there are resources for seniors to live where they have lived for many, many years. So this program will help many residents to continue to age in place. So I just wanted to highlight that. And I have also reached out to our Cherry community to ensure that they are aware of this partnership, and hopefully we will continue to ensure that our seniors age in place.
Thank you. Did you want to comment also on 32, Ms. Ajmira?
Yes. On number 32, which is the Cross Charlotte Trail Design Services, a couple of years ago, Council had very passionate discussion on Cross Charlotte Trail, specifically the budget gap that we had identified and how it was severely underestimated. So I just wanted to give a shout out to our manager, Mr. Jones, for delivering on the promises that were made and ensuring that there is budget gap that's been addressed in this design phase. And this is one of the last segments that we were debating, specifically segment number 10 from Mallard Creek Church to Pavilion. So I just wanted to highlight that.
All right. Mr. Phipps, you also wanted to comment on the Cross Charlotte Trail.
Definitely. I just wanted to say I'm so glad to see this design phase funding finally come to fruition. Even though the project is only 30% in the design phase, it means we've got another 70% to go, which is quite a lot to go. But still, this particular stretch of the Cross Charlotte Trail received some passionate discussion at the time, and as much as it was one of the very last phases to be approached, but now it is. So I'm just glad, as Ms. Ajmira has said, that we followed through on it, and we're finally getting closer to finishing up this phase and moving ahead with completion of the trail. So I applaud our efforts and look forward to getting that phase of the Cross Charlotte Trail completed, because it's definitely in my neck of the woods, and from time to time I wouldn't mind traversing that trail once it's done.
Get
So
your
thank
bike and get ready, right?
That's right, get
Okay,
my
thank
bike.
you very much. I wanted to, I think that concludes our consent items. I wanted to ask,
27, 28.
I'm sorry, we do have to have 27 and 28. So let's go to item number
Almost got you there, Mayor.
27. This is agenda item 27 is to approve a contract with Kelso Communications for recruitment advertising services for an initial term of 1 year for police recruitment, authorizing the city manager to renew the contract for up to 2 one-year terms with adjustments as necessary, and to amend the contract consistent with the purpose that it is approved. So we have asked for a separate vote on that. I'll begin with Mr. Winston.
Thank you very much. So I would be voting against this. This is not an indictment on the vendor. They do great work. Actually, one of a person who co-owner of Kelso Entertainment was one of the people that I nominated for the Arts Commission. Look, the intent of this is to try to recruit folks to a job that is very hard to hire for right now. On top of that, we are trying to recruit a diversity of candidates that we have not been able to hire historically to serve in law enforcement. My beef with this consent agenda item is that we could spend $1 million on this type of marketing plan. It will not achieve the goals. We will not achieve the types of goals until we change the job of what a law enforcement officer is. A law enforcement officer cannot be a marriage counselor. They cannot be a mental health expert. They cannot be all of these things that we have to respond to make their job, frankly, impossible to do. Now, we are taking steps in our Safe Charlotte plan to change the job of what a law enforcement officer is and isn't. And I believe it would be wiser if we spent that $200,000 on continuing to do that. While this may feel good, it again is not going to achieve the goals that we have set out if we don't change the job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. Ms. Watlington?
Yes, I just wanted to understand, given that this recruitment effort does have some diversity aims, I wanted to understand if someone could explain.
I can't do it. You have to, I don't know why it's just, you're soft-spoken, so
Can you hear me now?
lean in a little bit more.
Can you hear me now?
Better. Better, but not. Okay. You have to speak up a little bit, Ms. Watlington.
I wanted to understand what the numbers currently look like. If this contract is a continuation or another year, I'd like to understand what was delivered from the contract previously, and if anybody can give an idea of what's to be expected in terms of recruitment numbers and demographics.
All right, is there someone on the staff to do this, Mr. Jones?
Thanks.
Who's coming in?
Yes, we have Major Shirley, Sir Briley, sorry.
All right, Major, welcome. Thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you.
Did you hear Ms. Watlington's question? She can repeat it.
I did not hear it.
Ms. Watlington?
I'm interested to know what the numbers look like last year as a result of this contract and what the recruitment targets are and demographics as a result of this contract being awarded.
Okay, and when you say numbers, are you meaning applications or hiring, or what are you talking about?
You can give them both to me. I just want to get a sense of what was delivered and what we're trying to achieve here.
Okay, so last year with the contract, we were able to focus on 12 markets. We spent a great deal of effort doing marketing and with multiple media platforms in those 12 different cities, spanning from New York to Virginia and the Carolinas, Portland, West Philadelphia, and the DC area. There was a great deal of information. We had about 400,000 clicks on our website through charlottepolicejobs.org, through the Kelso Communication, which ran that for us. We had approximately 2,500 people sign up for the email newsletter. This generated different conversations between potential applicants where we did target women and minority recruitment. We were able to highlight those demographics and currently in our agency and put those that information to the newsletter, which feeds to them every month. As far as the hiring results, in 2020, we hired 157 people, and thus far, 2021, we hired 135 officers.
Do you have the breakdown of the demographics for this year to date?
I don't have it with me, but I can provide that to council.
Okay, thank you. And the only other question I was going to ask you has slipped my mind, so thank you.
All right, so we'll get the additional information, and it'll come out in the follow-up report, okay? Thank you very much, Major. I know it's I'm sorry.
I can wait till you wrap this one up.
No, did you
I
want?
had asked for a separate vote on 51, but we don't.
No,
have to
we
vote.
haven't gotten to that
okay,
yet.
if I could just comment.
No,
Good.
we're
I
just
want to make sure you know.
We're
Okay.
still there.
Good. Okay.
All right, so that has been, the questions have been asked and answered, so we have the motion. Do I have a motion on the
Move to
floor?
approve A and B.
All right, Mr. Driggs. Mr. Phipps, second. All right, so we'll go through the roll call vote. Mr. Winston?
No.
Mr. Bakari? Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Motion passes. All right, now we go to the next item that we have, which is item 51. Wait a minute, I think 51 is, yeah.
28, right?
I'm sorry, 28 is next. I don't know why I can't do numbers today. All right, so the next one is 28. It is approve the purchase of a low-velocity de-escalation delivery system by sole source. Approve a contract with Lawman's Distribution for the purchase of low-velocity escalation delivery systems for 1 year and authorize the manager to renew the contract as necessary. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
All right, Mr. Driggs, do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Phipps. All right, so now we'll go to discussion. I believe Mr. Winston is up. Mr. Winston?
No, I don't necessarily have a.
You just said you want a separate vote.
Oh, you just wanted a separate vote. Any comment? Is there any other comment on the item?
Yeah. Just
All
so
right,
we're
Ms.
absolutely,
Watlington?
just so we're absolutely clear, what is a low-velocity de-escalation delivery system?
It's a mortar round.
Answers.
All right,
So,
Ms. Harris?
yes, thank you. And if you refer to the handout from earlier, this specifically is defense technology single 40-millimeter launchers. So this type of equipment is used in lieu of firearms. So it's a last resort before a more lethal option is used. So it's basically not rubber bullets, but it says it is crushable foam OC rounds. So it's equipment that we already have. This contract will be to maintain it and also purchase additional rounds, but it's equipment that's already employed within police.
Thank you.
All right, so no further discussion. We'll have a roll call vote for approval of the motion that has been made and seconded. So we'll start with Mr. Winston.
No.
Mr. Bakari? Okay. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
No.
Ms. Watlington?
No.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Yes. So that motion passes with a majority. All right, now the next item that has been asked for a separate vote is item 51. It is an in-rim remedy, which is what we call the idea of fixing up properties that have been cited by code enforcement by the city's code ordinance. And it is an in-rim remedy for 1040 Rosada Avenue. And I would just ask, is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
All right.
Second.
Ms. Johnson and Mr. Driggs, second. All right, any comment or discussion? Ms. Johnson?
Yes, I just wanted to have this one pulled out just to draw the attention. This is being demolished. It's a property in Hidden Valley, and it's going to be demolished. And this is one of the things that I wanted to talk about. When we talk about gentrification, these are the kind of issues and kind of properties that make it easy for developers to come into these neighborhoods. This property, it caught on fire. It's been sitting, it's blighted. There's been no attention to it, and the city has done everything to reach out to the families. They've publicized in the newspaper, and now it's being demolished. The property likely has tax delinquencies, which would make it subject to purchase through a tax lien. So these are the kind of inattention that causes, a lot of turnover in our neighborhoods. I would say to residents of Hidden Valley and residents that really do try to maintain our neighborhoods, these are the kind of properties you want to take a look at. When you see a blighted property in these neighborhoods, reach out to that member's family. If you know someone, make sure the families know the value of this land and this property. Someone's going to get this land. And these are the kind of things that we need to do to really protect our village. And so I would just say that this is how gentrification happens. These blighted properties, the families may abandon these properties after the owner passes away. And we just really have to really pay attention. When this property sells for tax lien, that's ability for someone to build wealth. So I would just, talk to the residents of Hidden Valley or family members who might have known this owner to keep an eye on this property because whoever buys it is really going to have an opportunity. So it's just an education. If we pay attention to these blighted homes, if residents can really just start to watch out for one another. And when you see these kind of things, know that the city is not going to let this type of property sit forever. So it's just really something to pay attention to in our neighborhoods.
All right.
That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Watlington?
I have a question for Ms. Weidman.
Good evening.
Good evening. In these instances, is there a vehicle for the city itself to purchase this land and be able to build this house here that's in replacement housing? Because we understand, based on similar to what Ms. Johnson was saying, that whoever buys it, they can go put a $400,000 house on this lot. Do we have tools that will allow us to actually build the replacement housing?
So, Ms. Watlington, Pamela Weidman, Housing and Neighborhood Services Director. So I'll answer this yes and no. So with the quarters of opportunity, this is one of you all set aside funding for that. This is we could add a tool to our toolbox that could mimic something that the city manager and you all did a couple of years ago, where there was the for sale rehab and acquisition for rehab and for sale program, right? So where we went out and we purchased properties that were for sale. This property has about an $8,000, I believe, tax delinquency on it. And so to the extent that it comes for sale, perhaps that is something that could be considered. But right now, it's not for sale, and so there's no mechanism at this point to buy it, except for it would be to watch it if it were auction, if it came up for foreclosure with the county.
See, I'd love to add that to our toolbox. So whatever we need to do is to investigate something like that. I think these are great opportunities to preserve affordability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wyman, before you leave the the dais, I wanted you to be recognized. You attended the heirs workshop that was put on by the Federal Home Loan Bank, and this is a part of what Ms. Johnson is talking about. If you look at this, they could not identify the heirs of this property, and that's because oftentimes in our communities, we do not keep records of who lives where and who keeps the property, and it's very difficult once you have not only the tax liens, there can be other liens against the property that because we have not been able to do this. So Ms. Whiteman, as well as Tiffany Capers, who is in the Greer Heights Community Development Association, attended a workshop. We were at the Vice President's presentation, so I didn't get a chance to attend, but I would love to hear more about the heirs workshop and the work that the banks are doing to help us identify keeping people to get that next generation, because I saw on this sheet that the heirs were not identified. There are heirs, but they could not be reached or identified, and that is a large part of the issue and the problem as well.
That's right, Madam Mayor, and thank you for bringing that to my remembrance. We did, the Federal Home Loan Bank, basically it was a group of cities, and then it was a group of funders who are thinking this is a large issue in many cities throughout the region, throughout the country, and so it was really about what types of partnerships could be forged to address this very issue. One of the things that Ms. Capers and I, particularly for Greer Heights, and she is with Crossroads CDC there, it was really about how do you begin to educate people early on so that when, mother, father, grandmother passes away, how do you not have to search for the relative? How do you prepare, get your house in order, if you will, so that these properties don't sit still? So that was the bulk of the discussion in that workshop.
Okay. Look forward to hearing more about the tools that we have to continue to do to have affordable housing and adequate housing for everyone. All right, I think that covers all of our consent items. Did I leave anything else out? With that, Mr. Baker, can we have no speakers signed up for the public hearings that are on our agenda? And I wondered, do we have to go through them each individually?
Yeah, I think
I'm sorry, do we have a speaker?
we have to vote for item number 51.
Oh, we haven't voted. See, you guys let me just go on and say, do we need to do anything else? And we haven't even voted. Sorry about that, guys.
Second.
All right, 51. So motion's made and second already. Mr.
Made the
Winston?
motion.
Yes, I remember. You've already recorded. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari? Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps? All right. Mr. Baker, do we have, Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak on items on the public hearings? I believe we have 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, I guess not, huh? 14?
13 we do.
Oh, 13, we have a speaker.
Two of them.
All right, we have to go through them individually. All right, let's go, guys, we're going to keep going. The next item is item number 7, public hearing on the proposed amendments to the floodplain ordinance. Do I have a motion?
Motion to close the public hearing
Second.
and adopt the ordinance.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All right, any discussion? Mr. Phipps?
Yeah.
And Ms. Ajmira?
I had a question on this one. Are there any provisions currently being contemplated by the North Carolina General Assembly that could affect our proposed changes as outlined?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Councilmember Phipps, I'm just thinking through the various things happening in the state at the legislative level. I'm not aware of anything that would affect this particular ordinance. No, sir.
Because they always seem to come up as, like a surprise or whatever. I just want to know if we were aware as a heads up.
I think
Thank
that
you.
one of the issues was brought up in the budget. It was going to be a budget policy decision at the Metro Mayors. That was taken out of the budget that was just recently adopted by the state.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion for A and B. Any further discussion? Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I had a conversation about this earlier with Mr. Davis. So just so that everyone can hear, could you please also explain what you explained to me earlier? How does this relate to our 2040 policy map discussion and why there is an urgency behind this? I understand that it will end up saving our homeowners millions of dollars from potential flooding. But I just want everyone to understand that this is a step in the right direction.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Just as a broad base way of understanding what we're doing, we've had a floodplain ordinance for years, and what it seeks to do is minimize property damage due to flood events that occur in floodplains. So that floodplain ordinance today has just basic requirements that inform how structures should be built and to what elevation to try to minimize that impact of potential flooding events. What this change is seeking to do is take whatever that elevation would have been before and add 1 foot to it. That recommendation has been made after a stakeholder review that had reviewed quite a bit of data that looked at a variety of things that we think will impact how structures in the floodplain may be impacted in the future by rain events. So partly that's understanding environmental conditions, but to your question, it also contemplates what is anticipated in terms of the city's future land development or land use vision. So that is fairly complicated modeling that has to happen to set those elevations, and the consensus of the stakeholder team that included development representation and real estate industry, engineers, et cetera, all reached a consensus opinion that adding 1 foot to that build-to height would save property owners quite a bit more money than the added expense of adding 1 foot of elevation. And as to why we would do it now, I would just say that this language is absolutely intended to be codified into the Unified Development Ordinance. It would be unchanged. We felt an urgency to do it now simply because we know it will save property owners money, and we would rather not wait on that for them to get that benefit.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. And to confirm that this has no impact to developable land. It's just
Yes,
a higher
it has
elevation.
no impact on what can be developed.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, we'll go ahead and have a vote. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari? Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
All right, the next item is a public hearing on decision on the Hampton Woods area voluntary annexation. We have conducted public hearing as well as A.B. to adopt an annexation ordinance with the effective date of December the 13th.
Motion to close the public hearing and adopt the annexation ordinance.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
All right. The next item is item number 9, public hearing and decision on the Hooks Landing area voluntary annexation, conducting a public hearing on the area, as well as B, adopt an annexation ordinance with effective date of December the 13th.
Motion to close the public hearing and adopt the ordinance.
Second.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
All right, the next public hearing is on a resolution to close an alleyway off North Brevard Street between Alpha Mill Lane and Belmont Avenue. We have a public hearing for the closing, as well as adopting a resolution to close the alleyway as stated.
Motion to close the public hearing and adopt the resolution.
Second.
All right, thank you. We have a second, motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, hearing no discussion. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Next item is item 11, public hearing on a resolution to close a portion of West 27th Street at North Pine Street. This is for a public hearing as well as adopting a resolution to close the street as stated.
Motion to close the public hearing and adopt the resolution.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Mr. Winston? Hearing no
Yes.
discussion. Mr. Winston, yes. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Edgemira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Next item is item number 12, a public hearing on a resolution to close multiple alleyways bound by 6th Street, North Tryon, 7th Street, and North College Street. We need a public hearing as well as adopting a resolution to close those multiple alleyways as defined by the streets that I just mentioned. Do I have a
Motion to close the
motion?
public hearing and adopt the resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Edgemira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
This is the one speaking.
All right, we have a speaker. I don't think, all right, I was told, I know it's on the sheet, but they only want to speak if they have someone
There
here
are
to
two
speak.
speakers.
Okay. All right. Ms. Todd and Ms. Hallett, would you like to speak?
No, only if there are any questions from the council. Thank you.
Motion to
Okay,
close the
thank
public
you.
hearing and adopt the resolution.
Second.
All right. Let's first read that it is a public hearing to close Old Nations Ford Road and adopt a resolution to close said road. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Granton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Edgemira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
All right, the next item is a public hearing to close, on a resolution to close South Tryon, College Street, Connector Street. This is a public hearing and a motion, and B in the part of this is adopt a resolution to close said streets. Any,
Motion to close the public hearing and adopt the resolution.
all right, I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Edgemira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
All right, the next item is a public hearing on a resolution to close West Avenue unopened right-of-way, to conduct a public hearing as well as adopt a resolution to close the street as described. Do I have a motion and a second?
Motion to close the public hearing and adopt the resolution.
And a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Edgemira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Jones, you're up for the city manager's report.
No report. Happy holidays.
Thank you very much. All right, the next item on our agenda is item number 17. Item number 17, the request was to receive an update from the city attorney on proposed amendments to Chapter 3, Animals of the City of Charlotte Code of Ordinances, and to adopt an ordinance amending that Chapter 3 of Animals. We have several speakers signed up to speak. Each speaker will have 1.5 minutes to to make their presentation, and I have a list of 27 speakers. So we'll start. I'm going to see that there is a microphone on both of the podiums down. I'm going to call 4 people at a time, so if you can kind of line up or make your way down to the audience. So the first 4 speakers are Holly Newton, and I'm going to apologize in advance. I have sometimes difficulty. In fact, I always have difficulty with names that I'm not familiar with. So my apologies. Just give me some grace. And then when you get to the podium, say your name correctly, and the clerk will have that information on tape appropriately. All right. The first speaker is Holly Newton, followed by Jesse Seifrin, Christina Caringe, and Gail Thompson. All right, Ms. Newton, are you here?
Hi, I'm here.
You're virtual. Thank you very much. All right.
Playing it safe this evening.
I'm sorry. If
Mayor
you
and
have a
City-
minute and a half.
Thank you. Mayor and City Council, I'm a small business owner here in Charlotte, along with the chair of the nonprofit United for Animals of Mecklenburg County. Hundreds of Charlotte residents have voiced their desire for a full ban on traveling wild animals visiting our city for years now. Yet I feel our mayor and the mass majority of City Council have sided with Universal, a circus based in Atlanta, Georgia, who is currently not using wild animals in their acts, and they travel to different cities that have enacted a ban on traveling wild animals. Instead, voting on Universal's chosen language of a traveling wild animal ordinance while completely ignoring your own constituents. This is not only disheartening, but it's undemocratic. In my opinion, it's a reflection of local political corruption. How is a bullhook ban going to be enforced, I ask? It isn't, because a bullhook ban is unenforceable. Please consider voting on a full ban on traveling wild animals. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jesse. Can we hold our applause for those until the end? It would be very, very helpful to allow everyone to get down here. So Jesse Siefkin, are you virtual? Is this virtual, Ms. Jackson?
I am here.
She's right here.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. There comes a time when we realize that the ways of the past no longer make sense. Brown and Black communities of the range nations from which the animals that we see in circuses come from have long condemned their exploitation. The African Elephant Coalition, which is made up of 29 African countries, has asked to end the export of elephant out of their natural range, including to the U.S. As you can imagine, they want the few remaining elephants to remain in Africa. The Wildlife Animal Protection Forum of South Africa opposes the commodification of wildlife. They stress that capturing wild animals and keeping them in cages for display is a sad, lasting monument of colonial ideology. The World Congress of Indigenous Peoples opposes the use of animals for entertainment. The Intergovernmental Platform of Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services has warned us of the very real increased risk of zoonotic diseases from human interactions with animals and children, citing primates and camels particularly. The National Association of Public Health Veterinarians have asked for an end to exotic and wild animals in exhibition settings and a prohibition on direct contact with dangerous animals. There is simply no justification for continuing to carry on this sad vestige of colonialism. The risk of pathogen transmission, the public safety threat, and the substandard quality of life of animals kept in captivity are already incontrovertible reasons why we must end the use of wild animals for
If you will give the remaining
entertainment.
portion of your remarks, if you want to email them to the city clerk's office, we'll include them.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. And so the next speaker is Christina Herringe?
She's virtual.
Virtual. Okay. Thank you very much.
Christina Scaringe for ADI. We know firsthand what happens to animals in this industry as we've rescued, rehabilitated, and rehomed hundreds of animals, including former circus animals, to our South Africa Wildlife Sanctuary and other sanctuaries we partner with worldwide. We've written and helped pass similar legislation throughout the U.S., Europe, and Latin America, and we've partnered with governments to rescue animals seized in violation of these and other trade and trafficking laws under far more challenging circumstances than exist in the U.S. Charlotte residents reached out to us years ago to help them make change in their community, and we support their call for a full ban. But today's proposals don't answer community concerns. They're sadly performative, and they don't address animal suffering or related trade, trafficking, conservation, health, or safety issues. They actually worsen the status quo, reducing existing protections for animals and people. Your existing code already provides certain protections which appear are not enforced. This issue could easily be addressed with a few very simple edits to your code, which we've repeatedly provided the council and city attorney. It would decrease your oversight costs, enabling and clarifying enforcement, unlike today's proposals, which require multiple subjective expert determinations. And your city officials have already cited their lack of expertise to make such determinations. But those who profit from the status quo will fight to maintain it. It's such a shame the council seems so determined to dismiss citizen concerns, to serve outside industry interests rather than their own community or the larger world community, including those fighting so desperately to
Thank you very much for your comments. If you have more comments, you can email them to the city clerk's office or additional comments. Our next speaker is Gail Thompson, and she is also virtual, followed by Cynthia Hendrick, who is virtual. Ms. Thompson?
Yes, thank you. My name is Gail Thompson, and I am the North Carolina State Director for the Humane Society of the United States. I'm here to express our strong recommendation for a full ban on the use of elephants, big cats, and primates in traveling shows. This is more effective, easier to enforce, and consistent with current trends. With the wealth of information that is now available about the lives of elephants, tigers, bears, and other wild animals, it has become apparent that life in a traveling show can be nothing but misery for them. These type of animal exhibits also pose a threat to public safety by bringing people into dangerously close proximity to powerful, unpredictable, and stressed wild animals. A prohibition on travel and wild animal shows will not have an adverse impact on the local economy. Wild animal displays do not generate new economic spending in a region. They simply redistribute a family's discretionary spending. Many circuses are responding to the public's distaste for the use of wild animals in circuses by choosing to modify their shows. Circus Vargas long ago eliminated all animal acts in order to cut costs, and as of 2017 has seen its attendance numbers grow between 3 and 6%. No one here tonight is recommending that circuses not come to Charlotte. We are simply asking that animals are not part of that event. Arguably, some of these circus establishments can attract more people and sell more tickets simply because the element of animal cruelty is removed. I thank you for your leadership and consideration, and I'm here to provide any information you may need.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is virtual Cynthia Hendrick. Ms. Hendrick? Cynthia Hendrick? Okay, we'll come back.
Hi there.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Ms. Hendrick?
Am I here?
Yes, you're there.
Okay. Okay, great. I'm sorry. Good evening, Mayor Lyles and Charlotte City Council members. My name is Cynthia Hedrick, and as the director of an exotic animal sanctuary for over 13 years, I'm here to speak to you on behalf of the animals. Any creature with a central nervous system is deemed a sentient creature, which means they're aware of their surroundings. They can feel pain, they feel joy, fear, and experience all the 5 senses that we do as humans. As a caregiver for these exotic and other animals, I've witnessed all these actions in animals. I've seen animals mourn, show excitement, anticipation, shake in fear, pace in anxiousness, and cry out in pain. I've witnessed a cow standing solemnly in one spot as tears ran down her face while her friend was dying. Our wolves would refuse to eat for days after a pack member died, and even received gratitude from a horse that we had just rescued. The point is that all these animals used in circuses are sentient beings as well, and for them to be treated so inhumanely is simply unacceptable. These magnificent creatures are denied everything that would come natural to them. They're kept imprisoned, they're tortured to perform tricks for entertainment, and then they're transported through all types of weather conditions, only to live this nightmare over and over, day after day. The abuse must stop. What is being allowed to happen to these creatures is barbaric, unacceptable, and heartbreaking. Please ban all traveling animal acts so that this torture can end. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much. Our next 4 speakers are Lauren Nails, Marissa Garst, Hannah Finmeister, and Kelsey Joseph.
I feel good about it.
We do too. All right.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Are you Laura?
Lauren Wallace.
Lauren, thank you so much.
Good evening. 3 years ago, we presented the Council with a proposed ban on wild animals in traveling shows. Since then, the ordinance was dismissed and replaced with a bullhook ban, which is not what the community has asked for. We asked then, and we are asking now, for an end to performing wild animal shows in the city of Charlotte. This is not a novel, unsubstantiated, or extremist position. More than 2/3 of Americans say they're concerned about these acts, and the data supporting the need to ban traveling wild animal acts is not only extensive, it's also growing worldwide. 46 diverse nations across a wide social, economic, and cultural spectrum have already banned cruel and dangerous traveling wild animal acts. It's unfortunate the city has reverted to considering a bullhook ban. Though some have turned to that idea in the hopes they can find a have your cake and eat it too solution, bullhook bans solve neither the cruelty nor the public safety issues. Anything can be used as a weapon to abuse animals, even standard husbandry tools such as shovels or brooms. A bullhook ban fails to address known public health or safety issues, and it does not resolve the deprivation or extended confinement that is inherent to this business model, which chronically stresses animals and contributes to the known safety risks. The business model is inherently inhumane and unsafe. The city of Charlotte has an opportunity to respond to the
Thank you
concerns
very
of
much.
its
Your
electorate
time-
to whom it owes a duty.
Ms. Mills, your time is up. Marissa Garce.
Good evening. My name is Marissa Garst, and I'm a resident of Enderley Park. I've been disheartened to see that City Council has largely ignored the voices of hundreds of Charlotte residents, declining to meet with us while gladly accepting meetings with representatives of a circus based in Atlanta. It is incredibly unethical for government to allow those who profit directly from animal abuse to draft our own city's animal welfare legislation. Wild animals will not perform tricks unless they're terrified of what will happen if they don't. In numerous places that have passed bullhook bans, handlers have simply carried something else, such as a pipe or a stick, in the same way they would carry a bullhook. Wild animals cannot be controlled and will not perform without the fear of abuse, so banning the bullhook does not eliminate cruelty. No matter what trainers use to give the illusion of control, they cannot protect themselves or the public. In Honolulu, a circus elephant quickly stomped and killed her bullhook-wielding handler before she was shot dead by police in the streets. Trainers with bullhooks were helpless to stop two elephants appearing with a circus at a Charlotte church, who nearly trampled two church members after crashing through the building's front glass window. Circuses visiting Charlotte have also allowed people to ride on the backs of animals like elephants, who frequently carry tuberculosis, which can be transmitted from animals to humans. As the pandemic has taught us, the risk of zoonotic diseases is very real. Anything less than a ban on the use of wild animals in performing acts is a failure to protect animals and the Charlotte residents you claim to represent. I hope you will do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Hannah Themester. Kelsey Joseph.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you as a concerned citizen regarding the animal ordinance tonight. I'm not going to give you information regarding animal welfare and public safety concerns. We've been doing that for years. You have everything you need to make an informed, fair, and compassionate decision. Instead, I am here to express my disappointment with the council's actions. Tonight's agenda includes a bullhook ban that no one at all wants, and a modified bullhook ban that only the circus wants, and completely excludes the language that hundreds of citizens of Charlotte have been asking for years. Since 2016, we have been clearly asking for a ban on cruel and dangerous traveling wild animal acts. We are the citizens of your city. Many of you have declined meetings with your own constituents, but have accepted them from Universal Circus, an out-of-town company that has no right having influence on our city's policies. Over 200 Charlotte residents have emailed you to ask for a full ban on wild animal acts. The only explanation that I can think of for why the agenda is drafted this way is because the council does not want to vote down an ordinance that would protect animals and is instead trying to save face and look like they are doing something positive when the opposite is true. This is performative, misleading, and unethical. I'd like to end by quoting Councilmember Matt Newton from the Axios article published this morning. He said, "Not at least considering what advocates have been pushing for years amounts to political theater. It's undemocratic." Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next four speakers are Benjamin Johnson, Felipe Fiodalo, Badaggio, Laura Meyer, and John Clifton.
Kelsey too, right? She don't mind.
I didn't, Kelsey Joseph. Is Miss Joseph in the audience? I called her. Is she virtual? No, she's not.
That was her.
All right, so, let's see. Mr. Johnson.
My name is Benjamin Johnson. I'm Director of Operations for Universal Circus. The COVID-19 pandemic shuttered many businesses across the country, including a lot of minority businesses. We barely survived to remain one of the few Black-owned and operated businesses in America that provide live entertainment. Now going into our 29th season, we celebrate our cultural contributions from our founding year in 1994 by presenting people of African descent from across the globe. But beyond that, we have people of all ethnicities that are performers under the big top. For decades, our customers in Charlotte, who primarily come from communities of color, a lot of whom are low income, are able to afford our tickets. In addition to providing multiple inspections, to experiencing multiple inspections from federal, state, and local authorities across the country, we meet or exceed numerous jurisdictions' regulations. And some of the accusations made are clearly out of order because our circus has not been convicted or accused officially of any wrongdoing. Version B of the ordinance does protect animals while it allows Universal Circus to operate here.
Mr. Johnson, your time is up. Our next speaker is Felipe Fidelio. Are they here? Is he here? All right, so we have a virtual comment from County Commissioner Laura Meyer.
Good evening, city colleagues. My name is Laura, and I'm not here as a county commissioner, but as a very concerned constituent. I'm asking you tonight to please vote on a full animal ban in circuses that come to Charlotte. It would seem that you are ignoring the voices of hundreds of charlatans that have been speaking to you for years while listening to the voice of only one business who's not even a local business. Circuses do not use animals. They do exist, and they are successful. By voting for a ban on wild and exotic animals, you are voting to bring Charlotte into the 21st century, and you will be rejecting the archaic and cruel practice of exploiting animals for human entertainment. This is your chance to do the right thing. Reject the useless bullhorn language that does nothing, and please consider banning all wild and exotic animals for our entertainment. Join the over 50 countries and over 190 cities and towns in the United States with full or partial bans on wild and exotic animals. This should be the easiest thing you do while you are serving on the city council. Thank you in advance for doing the right thing and just the right and just thing of protecting the welfare of animals. Thank you for your service. That concludes my comments.
All right, thank you very much, Commissioner. Our next speaker is John Clifton, followed virtually by Drake Hare. Mr. Clifton?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to fall off what Ben says. A lot of this information is misleading. This is a special interest group, and you know you're a special interest group. And you know what the fact is that we done been up here since over the last 2 years, and we've been turned down and haven't got nowhere with this. And what I really want to say, I'm a charlatan. This is not based on Atlanta. This is based on John Clifton. I was part of the birth of Universal Circus and other entertainment that came here. And I'm going to tell you one other thing. Every kid in America or any place in the world should have a chance to see a circus. And you know what? These things, I would like some of the pointers that you got in facts to show that we abuse animals and what you have. So, you know, this special interest group, that's why you got so many here. And, you know, the people that we had supporting us, I mean, we can't get these kids out here. We ain't going to keep coming here and then you telling us you're not going to have a meeting. I had to come all the way from here, from LA, just to speak. So, you're full of it and full of, I really want to say something else, but, I'm tired of it.
All right. We have Drake Hare, virtual, on virtual. Drake Hare.
Hello. My name is Drake, and when I was in kindergarten, my class took a trip to see Ringling Brothers Circus in Charlotte. I thought that it was sad to keep the animals in captivity, so instead of attending, I made a sign that said, "Circuses are no fun for the animals," and I stood outside with my family. For years, I have supported the efforts to ban these cruel shows in Charlotte. I'm now in college, and I'm still asking for the city to prohibit the use of wild animals in traveling shows. I know that some of you here today consider this subject trivial and that you have more important issues to consider, but there's nothing more important in these difficult times than respecting our planet. Respect does not allow us to take wild animals from nature and force them into a life of servitude. Using these majestic animals for our entertainment is not the message we want to give to our children. We humans are not entitled to grab whatever we want from the wild to be used in a cruel and demeaning way. We need to become better stewards of this endangered planet. All sentient beings should be free from needless suffering. I would also like to take this moment to remind the Council of what the ordinance states. First off, this ordinance will not affect dog shows. It only applies to exotic or wild animals. Secondly, pet shops, zoological gardens, scientific research laboratories, wildlife rehabilitators, and veterinarians caring for such animals are all exempt from the list. This change in the ordinance will only affect exotic and wild animals in circuses. This large group of activists has worked so hard fighting for this issue. It would be extremely disheartening to see the interests of the circus put before the interests of the citizens. No one has asked for a bullhawk ban. This language does nothing to protect the animals and would make it even more difficult to pass the appropriate language in the future. Please take this moment to make the right decision for all those involved. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is virtual. Our next two speakers are virtual. Our first speaker is Jennifer Navarrete. Ms. Navarrete? I think we're working. Gina?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I am Gina Navarrete, and I'm here tonight to ask you to reconsider a vote on a full ban on the use of wild and exotic animals in circuses and traveling shows in Charlotte. The fact is that the use of exotic animals by circuses has been fully banned in almost 50 countries. Why? Because it is widely recognized that circuses cannot properly care for these animals, and because the cruelty and inhumanity of this practice is well known. The U.S. in the U.S., 6 states and more than 150 cities and counties have also banned this practice. I'm asking you to take the right steps and end the inhumane practice of using exotic animals by traveling shows and circuses in Charlotte. Eventually, the use of exotic animals in circuses will end. Maybe not this year, maybe not next, but it will eventually end. I am asking you to be forward-thinking and vote yes on a full ban of the use of these animals today. Before you vote tonight, ask yourselves, what is your vision of Charlotte? You often speak of how Charlotte cares and the kindness of Charlotteans. Many of the Charlotte residents have spoken and want a full ban. If you vote against a full ban tonight, you are sending a clear message that you're not listening to our communities. So ask yourselves, what is the message you want to send to residents in our communities?
Ms. Navarrete, your time is up, so thank you very much. Our next speaker is Alexandra Volk. She is virtual as well.
Good evening. The fact that several council members use their valuable time to confer with a for-profit out-of-state corporation who uses animals as entertainment to guide the language of an animal welfare ordinance is a huge conflict of interest and grossly unethical. The new ordinance is not enforceable and leaves the animals in a more dangerous place than before. The world is not going in this direction. People are waking up. More than 150 U.S. cities, towns, and counties have a ban on using wild animals in traveling shows. Animal abuse laws are getting tougher all around the world. This change is inevitable. What is your benefit in delaying The proposed Charlotte language is hardly enough. Science has proven these animals can feel pain, love, loyalty, fear, just as you and me. Think of your most cherished loved ones. Now think of them being held against their will to perform acts for others. Are they sick, tired, thirsty, in pain? It doesn't matter. As we've heard tonight, they're just money makers. Traveling shows such as Universal Circus can still perform without using animals. When your great-grandchildren look up your names and how you voted on this issue, will they be proud of you or ashamed? Be on the right side of history and vote on a total ban of animal performances in Charlotte. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Thomas McMillian and Ceres Santos. If you could come down, and then if you could be joined by Penima Tahila and Simone Laxer. If the four of you could come down. And thank you for allowing me, and my apologies in advance.
Number 19.
I'm sorry. Let's just, if you would just state your name, and we'll get everybody in order.
Hello, my name is Thomas McMillian. I didn't want to have to speak again, but if it helps in even the smallest way, of course I will. All I want is for you guys to open your hearts and show love and compassion for these animals. What they are doing is not natural, and this just needs to be stopped. You have the power to do this, so please do so. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ceres Santos.
All right, so here we go again. I learned about this issue with my oldest child a few years ago. When Talitha told me that wild animals do not belong in chains, please have your attention. When Talitha told me that wild animals do not belong in chains and cages, it immediately clicked because it's just common sense. We have provided you guys with scientific data and the opportunity to learn. There has been zoologists over here, former circus trainers, your colleague Laura Meyer, and hundreds of citizens begging you to listen to us. Your dismissal leaves us to believe that there must be friendship between you guys in the circus, bribery, what is it? Or malintent. We have been accused by some of you, and it's very unfair, for not caring for homelessness and social issues. That is completely unfair and unfounded. We have sent some of the council members heartfelt emails, no response. And Braxton, this is for you, Braxton. You were a hero to a lot of these guys over here, man. Be in the right side of history, please. Open up your mind and see that this is wrong. As far as the Republicans in the group, do you guys even care? I mean, the ordinance the circus wrote and drafted for you will do a lot more harm. I wish you all happy holidays, and please make history tonight.
All right, Penima Tahila.
My name is Penima Tahila, and I'm from the South Park area of Charlotte, North Carolina. I want to express my disappointment with the lack of a full animal performance ban that has been replaced with this unenforceable and arbitrary language update. This is not what Charlotte citizens have requested, and this makes no real change for the animals. I've heard some justification for these forced animal performances as being affordable entertainment. The reason these forced animal performances are low cost is because these businesses do not pay their workers. The animals have no choice, they did not consent to this forced labor, and they have no choice but to endure the cruelty. I ask all of you, would you want to trade places with any of these animals forced to perform for one day, just 24 hours in their place? If your answer is no, you cannot morally justify voting against a full animal performance ban. Thank you.
All right, Simone Laxer.
Thank you so much. It's Shimon. Treat others the way you would be treated if you were in their position. We call this the golden rule. Not a single person sitting in these chairs, not a single person living in Charlotte whom you represent would trade positions for a moment with any animal the way they are treated in circuses. They don't get on stage to perform for the fame or for the applause. but because they have been beaten and tormented into submission. Bullhooks are but one weapon in an arsenal of tools that is meant to inflict pain on the innocent. This should be repulsive to the moral sensibilities of anyone who professes to be compassionate.
Hold on, Patrick.
I beg you today to open up your hearts to compassion and make the only ethical move and ban outright all animal performances in circuses in Charlotte. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Mr. Fred Lawing, followed by Talitha Moniz, Rosemary Johnson, and Denise Gage. Mr. Lawing, followed by Talitha Moniz.
I'd like to thank you, Mayor Lyles and City Council for the opportunity to speak. And the City Council have lots of power. They do so much good for so many people. A lot of abuse that you take too. We understand that. And I want to say this. We'd like to have a full ban and not a compromise. Because a compromise many times don't favor anybody. You can compromise and hurt both ends. A case in point, a lady wants to rent an apartment. And she rent the apartment, and later they find out she have a dog. They say, you can stay, but the dog has to go. She said, look, if you told me that my husband had to go, I'd stay. But if my dog is leaving, I'm going with the dog. So that's the way people feel about animals. I am a vegan, and many of us are vegan, and we care for the animals. We don't eat animals. We don't wear silk, leather, or harm the animals in any way. We are very concerned about animal rights, human rights. Even prisoners have rights. So we want to say this, in all fairness to everyone and God's creation, we want a full ban and not a compromise against the circuses.
Thank you. Talitha Moniz, is she virtual, Ms. Jack?
I'm here.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
It's all good. You said my name right, so thank you. I'd like to ask a question, and this is genuine, to reflect on, not accusatory, I promise. Why did you become politicians? To inspire hope and be a voice for the voiceless, or to uphold power structures already in place? Because lately it has felt like the latter. I'm not even 25 and I'm losing hope. Is this the message you want to send to young activists, that no matter how much work we do, you'll never be on our side, but on the side of corporations and companies? I've worked with various organizations over the past 6 years for environment work, migrant assistance, a part of political delegations for international working class solidarity. And every single thing, it just feels like we're fighting with our representatives to care about what we're saying. Aren't you supposed to fight with us? If I can't trust you to pass the simple ordinance that's been written for you, has so much support, and is well within your power, how can I believe that you'll fight with me against bigger systemic problems like Duke Energy's monopoly or ICE kidnapping my people? How can I trust you to not give more money to cops who harassed us during last summer's peaceful protests? Just please pass the full ban so we can move on and there can be one less group of being suffering in our city. Maybe you don't like how some people are asking for this ban, but this isn't about them. It's about the animals who are taken from their homes and forced to be objects. And that's colonizer mindset. And we need to move far away from that in every sense. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Rosemary Thompson.
That's me.
Followed by Denise Gage.
Hi, I'm speaking for North Carolina Voters for Animal Welfare. I'm the co-director. Opposing brutal, exotic animal entertainment is hardly a radical stance. We know that New Jersey, Hawaii, Colorado, and California legislators have all voted to prohibit the practice statewide. And earlier this year, North Carolina state lawmakers introduced a bill that would do the same. Traveling circuses simply cannot meet the physical or behavioral needs of wild animals. They will spend up to 90% of their lives in chains or small cages. We might tell ourselves that our children should see a real circus, but we aren't giving our kids enough credit. Most instinctively understand that the downtrodden elephant struggling to complete a trick, the camel endlessly trudging around in a circle, and the tiger wincing at the crack of a whip are in distress. Aside from the depressing nature of these spectacles, they are astonishingly unsafe. The public should never be in close proximity to large wild animals, suffering from the stress of constant intimidation, withholding of food and water, and extreme confinement. The woefully understaffed USDA, which is tasked with enforcing the Animal Welfare Act, exists to protect the interests of business owners, not animals. But despite this obvious conflict of interest, circus trainers manage to rack up scores of animal cruelty violations. But it's rare that any action is taken. We know that no one wants to support animal abuse.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Denise Gage. All right. So we will now go to Hannah Flimster. Mr. Hannah is virtual.
Universal Circus is a beloved institution in our city. They have objected to the passage of a ban on wild animal shows in Charlotte, and they continue to stress that they're being targeted due to being a minority-run circus. The hundreds of citizens of Charlotte who want to see an end to animal abuse are not targeting Universal Circus. Quite the opposite. We do not want to stop any circuses from coming to town. We want an end to the wild animal shows. Universal does not need the animals. They have amazing human acts. Their rep spoke at a city council meeting in New York City and opposed a proposed wild animal ban and said they would not come to town if a ban was passed. New York City did pass a full ban on performing wild animals, and Universal still comes to town just without the animals. They visited many cities like Atlanta, Jacksonville, Tampa, Newark, Queens, and Philadelphia without using animals like elephants and tigers. They will still come to Charlotte if we ban performing wild animal acts, and shows will be safe and fun for citizens of Charlotte without the animal abuse. There are still circuses that aren't transitioning away from the use of animals. There are several circuses and fairs, including this past September's festival in the park, that bring wild animal shows to Charlotte. Circuses such as Loomis Bros, Garden Bros, Royal Hannaford, and many others. This ordinance would not single Universal out. It would apply to all of these circuses that exploit and abuse animals for profit because they are not here to entertain humans. This outdated and cruel way of thinking about animals has to change. Please ban performing wild animal shows in Charlotte. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is April Benson, followed by Donna Rentz. And then followed by Lawrence Searles.
Good evening to all our city council members. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak a few minutes with you. I will not throw gauntlets at any one of you because I still got to work with you. But I do want to say I love animals. I love animals. But I'm not going all the way to Africa to see them. And because there is an avenue for them to be able to come and have shows that we're able to see, we want to be able to see those animals. But there can be a such thing called compromise to make sure that the animals are not being abused. It's no difference than you having pets at home, even the goldfish in the bowl. We have to be fair, because a long time ago, that's how we got transportation. And there are countries that still use animals to get in other places. So let's be fair. I have not seen one picture coming from this particular circus showing that the animals have been abused. I've gone, I've seen, and I have enjoyed. So let's try to make sure that we come together as a compromise and keep the show where it is on the east side of Charlotte, at the Isla Mall area, and whatever that it takes, that most people do use that as a way to make extra income. We are a growing city, and someone spoke previously about the economic values of having a place to live. You got to think about other people other than yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benson. Ms. Rentz?
To Mayor Lyles and the esteemed colleagues on the City Council Diocese, my name is Donna Rentz. I am the CEO and founder of Sisters in Motion, Inc., and I'm the field director for Elect Vinroy Reed, District 5. I'm here to say one thing. I support Universal Soul Circus. I have supported Universal Soul Circus since I lived in Florida. They were recognized by House Representative Frederica Wilson. They're one of the 5,000 role models of excellence. And as it's been stated several times, I haven't seen anyone prove that there's anything going wrong in the Universal Soul Circus arena. I knew about Universal Soul Circus before I met John. So coming to Charlotte and seeing that Universal Soul had traveled to this area was a wonderful thing. So my children, my son is sitting right up there, he went to Universal Soul Circus, and now I'm taking my granddaughter, who is 12, to Universal Soul Circus. So keep the circus. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Searles?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Lawrence. I am in support of version B. I've been going to the circus for years now, and it's been part of the culture of Charlotte and for the African American community here. I've seen where foster kids, even though, with the pandemic coming, last year the circus wasn't able to come, and they've been anticipating for this circus to come. This has been a tradition, just like Christmas, just like Thanksgiving, and we're asking you to be in support of version B, because this is a part of the culture of Charlotte, even though it is based out of Atlanta. I promote this event, and let's say it like this, sometimes I get, harassment from different organizations coming on, saying this about the circus. And I'm like, okay, I don't do that about, their posts. I'm promoting culture, promoting the circus, because I know there was a time when people couldn't even go to the circus like that. So this is something that we don't want to end. This is one minority business that we want, and that is the Universal Soul Circus. And part of the culture,
Thank you very much. So that is our last speaker. I want to say thank you to each of you for conducting yourselves in a way that we could hear this discussion in a way that everyone was heard and everyone was understood. So there are times in this room that doesn't take place. So first, let me say thank you for the way that you've handled this public forum. Now, what happens next is that the City Council begins their discussion, and I'm going to ask you to give the same courtesy to the council that they gave to each of you. That's really important, so everyone can be heard and everyone can have their thoughts considered. So with that, we're going to go. The action said to receive an update from the city attorney on the proposed amendments to Chapter 2. That was the material that went out with the agenda. Mr. Baker, I'm going to turn this over to you now.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. What you have in front of you, and I've had multiple conversations with the words that I used were interested parties to not be pejorative toward any particular party, but specifically I've had conversations with what I would call the animal rights activists, but also representatives of the circus and specifically Universal. Since the last time this appeared on the agenda, which was in September, the matter was deferred for me to have additional conversations with the interested parties, but also with council members Newton and Johnson as well. Ultimately, we were not able to come to any particular consensus. So what you have in front of you is essentially where things left off the last time the council took up this matter, which was back in February 24th of 2020. Proposal A is actually the product of a vote vote by City Council at a strategy session in February of 2020. After hearing from the administration and having questions answered, there was a vote at that February the 3rd meeting by 9-2 to prepare an ordinance amendment that is consistent with what is Proposal A in front of you. At the February 24 meeting, when Proposal A was in front of Council to be voted on, there was a substitute motion that was made, and I believe that the substitute motion was a counter proposal that I think was authored by folks from Universal. And at that time, I adjourned from the dais, went upstairs, tried to put together a document based on their request, and ultimately it was decided that we would come back later the next month to settle the matter. And of course, the next month was the pandemic, and we haven't had a meeting since that time. So that's essentially where you are right now. The action has been consistently to receive direction from the council as to what, if any, amendment to the ordinance you wanted to have. And just to be clear, the amendment that we're talking about is a new subsection F, which does not exist in your ordinance right now in Section 373, exotic or wild animals, that deals with the handling of exotic and wild animals for those entities that have been exempted from being prohibited from maintaining those animals within the Charlotte city limits. Proposal A, I would call the bull hook ban, and that specifically targets the use of bull hooks, electric prods, or whips, or other devices to train, handle, or otherwise interact with the elephants, felines, primates when they're on display. Performing or being trained is prohibited. A flat-out prohibition against the use of those instruments, and also a prohibition against the use of chemical, mechanical, electrical, or manual devices in the process of inducing or encouraging the animals to perform. The proposal B, I would say, is a modified version of A, in the sense that it's not an absolute ban on those devices, but it's those bans are prohibited unless they are used for training or guiding purposes that do not cause physical injury or suffering as prohibited. That's the main difference between Proposal A and Proposal B, and the matter is back in front of the council for direction as to which proposal or any other proposals you want for us to consider or to prepare for you.
Mr. Baker, the mayor stepped away, but while you're helping frame the conversation, can you help make sure we're all on the same page as to how we define exotic animals? Because I do think there's been misunderstanding about what all animals that would apply to, whether dogs, horses, farm-type animals. That's my understanding that would not, but I want you to clarify that on the record, please.
So there is a specific pre-existing definition for the term exotic or wild animal. It speaks to an animal that would ordinarily be confined to a zoo, or one that would ordinarily be found in the wilderness of this or any other country. Specific things that it does not include are animals or species customary used as ordinary household pets, animals of species of customarily used in the state of as domestic farm animals. Those would be your horses, cows, pigs, etc. Fish in an aquarium, with the exception of piranhas and birds or insects.
I have a
There's a long definition, but that's the gist of what a wild and exotic animal is and is not.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. I just wanted to ask about the enforcement for bullhook ban, and I know a couple of speakers had raised that issue. How would the enforcement work?
So I believe we have Dr. Joshua Fisher, who is actually in the charge of the animal care and control, and I think he is, I don't know if he's virtual or in CH14, but in terms of the actual enforcement of it, he may be best for him to speak to that.
Thank you, Dr. Fisher, for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
So as far as the enforcement of the use of bull hooks or something like that, that would be something that Animal Care and Control would be responsible for if that is what the council decides. It would be something that essentially would initially start an inspection for Animal Care and Control to go out and check all of the animals that are brought to the city of Charlotte and ensure that they are in appropriate condition, don't have any wounds, things like that. And then anything beyond that, as far as the use of bull hooks, prods, et cetera, would be in response to a complaint, right? So there would have to be a witness that would see the use of those, report it to Animal Care and Control, and Animal Care and Control would respond with an investigation.
All right. Thank you.
All right, are you, Mr., okay, so, all right, council member discussion. Ms. Watlington?
My question's for Universal Circus.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm curious as to what your show consists of in cities where wildlife animals have been banned from the circus.
So the young lady earlier mentioned New York City. We just performed in Queens, which is in the city of New York, with our camels and horses and dogs. So I'm not sure exactly where she's getting her information from. Last year, this year, 2021, we performed in Prince George's County, Maryland. Then we went to Queens, New York. Then we went to Newark, New Jersey. And then we went to, we had our horses and dogs there in Newark, New Jersey. And from there, we went to Philadelphia. So,
am I to understand that all of these cities have exotic animal bans?
No, the state of Jersey does, but we presented there with our horses and dogs. Mm-hmm. And the city of New York bans the only animal that we have, animal group that we have that the city of New York bans is the zebra. And so.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I failed to say that we don't have a motion on the floor and we went right into a discussion. So I'd like to have a motion for the discussion unless there are any questions for the city attorney, we should go to the motion. Any other questions for the city attorney or the staff? All right, Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, I'm confused on, I think on September the 21st, I think that's when this was deferred by us. But did we in fact come down here and get a presentation on I thought I remember somewhere.
The presentation was earlier in September. That was at your strategy session. And it was essentially it was the same presentation that you had in February of 2020.
Oh, okay.
Effectively the same presentation.
Okay. So we never had any speakers to come before us.
You had speakers on the February 24, 2020 meeting.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for the city attorney or the staff? Ms. Johnson?
So you mentioned in February we were at a point where we were ready to vote on version A.
Correct.
Okay. And we didn't vote because of the pandemic.
Correct. There was so version A came out of the February 3rd strategy session where a presentation was made to council by the administration. At that point in time, we showed you all of the communities that had wild and exotic animal bans, those communities that had something less than a ban. I think there were a couple of communities in Texas, and ultimately what council, out of that meeting, council by a 9-2 vote directed me to work with the administration to produce what in front of you is Proposal A, which was modeled somewhat after, I believe, Houston, Texas, but something coming out of Texas. One of the communities coming out of Texas. So that was Proposal A was what was in front of you at your February 24, 2020 meeting, and during the course of that conversation, a substitute motion was made that ultimately looks like Proposal B. and then we stopped the meeting to give me the opportunity to properly codify what was being requested in Proposal B, because that was sort of being made on the fly with the idea that I'd bring it back to you in March, and by then the pandemic had sent us in a very different direction.
And what do you see as the primary difference between A and B?
A is more of an outright ban of the use of bull hooks, electric prods, or whips in any way, shape, or form being involved in the performance of these of the wild and exotic animals. And Proposal B prohibits them unless, and that's I think the word that's important, unless used for training or guiding purposes that do not cause physical injury. So A isn't looking or waiting for physical injury to occur, whereas B allows the use of this equipment unless it is causing physical injury. A is an absolute prohibition of that equipment.
All right. Ms. Johnson?
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any other questions for the city attorney, Ms. Ajmera?
Yes, so I just want to make sure I heard this correctly. So, Mr. Ben Johnson, if you can just confirm that you said circuses continue in cities and states that ban the use of, that already have ban in place? Is that correct? So you continue to operate there, right?
If I understood your question correctly, you said, do circuses perform where there are animal bans?
Mm-hmm.
Some circuses do, and some bans are not outright complete. So, for example, the city of New York, where we just performed a couple of months ago, the only animal group that we weren't allowed to display would be the zebra.
Got
So
it.
we did not take the zebras. And same thing in New Jersey, the state of New Jersey, right?
Got it. So, I mean, you can continue to have or host circuses without wild animals. That's what I hear, depending on the language that council adopts.
Right. So the language that's in version A is very restrictive. We couldn't bring the horses here, for example, even though they're domestic animals. The version A would basically keep us out. So if we don't have the mixed animal act with the Cameron zebras and the dog, if we don't have the horses, that brings us down to just the dogs. And so now you're really taking our show and you're whittling it down. And so that's where the challenge is for us. So we're proponents of protecting the animals. We just, as one of the speakers mentioned, we need to find some sort of compromise that protects them and can allow us to continue to come to Charlotte.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. So you said version A. So the language that we have in front of us, the A says receive an update from the city attorney.
Oh,
That's all it says. So
I'm sorry, we were,
further down.
that's what I asked. I think Mr. Baker,
Scroll.
I'm sorry, Mr. Eggleston, what were you saying?
Just that version A, not point
not
A
the
on
one that is in front of us.
If you scroll down on the agenda, there's a hyperlink to version A and version B of the
We
language.
didn't get the actual language.
So not part A and part B of the agenda item.
Yeah, A and B is just the
Okay,
action.
so that's not the A. Okay, so I just want to make sure there's two different things. Okay, I got it.
I
Thank you.
didn't tell the difference between A and B.
No, Mr. Baker, why don't you clarify this for us? Bring us home.
I actually had a follow-up question because I heard two different things here. The Proposal A doesn't redefine what a wild or exotic animal is. I assume that when you say that you can't bring your dogs or your horses under Proposal A, it's because of the restrictions of the use of equipment, and not because we're not now turning dogs or horses into exotic animals. I assume that you're talking about how you use your equipment.
That is correct. We're talking about the way the language is. It's very broad and a little bit ambiguous the way it's written for version A. So that's why the version B, which gives more detail on how it's interpreted, using existing code, we'd be able to come and perform. With the horses, with version A, we can't come with the horses. We couldn't come with the Mixed Animal Act. If I said dogs earlier, I misspoke, if I said dogs.
Well, I mean, horses. You're
That is
saying, you're saying
correct.
that version A has now turned horses into wild and exotic animals?
No. We're not talking about the definition of the animal. We're talking about the equipment, the language, and how it's so broad in terms of what it is saying, and it prohibits what it terms as whipped. So there are a number of instruments that are used with the Horse Act to guide the horses. And during the Horse Act, there's one that's used for sound effect. And so those two would be banned by version A.
Okay.
So, Mr. Baker, just to follow up, is that what because that's not my interpretation. So would dogs and horses be banned under version A?
I think the issue is how they use their equipment in training and guiding. It's not, there is no difference. We're not doing anything as it relates to defining what a wild and exotic animal
God,
is.
it's just the use of the techniques, the training techniques.
Yeah, that appears to be the issue.
Okay.
I want to make sure that I heard you.
Right.
You use whips for sound, and you do not use a whip to hit an animal.
No, we do not hit animals with whips. No, ma'am.
That's what I just wanted to make sure. I'm sorry. I asked, I'm sorry. You really, as I said, we listened very patiently to everyone. Thank you very much. All right. I think I understood what you said, is that they are sound, the whips were for sound and not, okay.
Right.
That's what my understanding.
Correct.
All right, so I think Ms. Ajmira still has the floor. Ms. Ajmira?
Mr. Baker, could you please clarify? I'm not sure if I'm following Mr. Johnson here.
So, and I've not been to one of the circuses, but let's just say they have dogs.
Okay.
And part of the act includes a person who cracks a whip and that's the cue to get the dogs to do what have you. Under version A, they wouldn't be allowed to do that because whips are banned from any, I think, training or otherwise interacting with their animals. They couldn't use the whips for that. It's not making a dog a wild and exotic animal. It's that we are taking away the use of whips in these processes. If they didn't use a whip, but there was some other command, a hand clap or something like that, that would cause the dog to perform, that wouldn't be banned under A.
Got it. So A would ban instilling fear in animals by using a whip or
By using
bull
those
or electric
instruments,
cross. Okay.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you. I got it now.
And B allows the use of that equipment so long as it doesn't injure the animals.
Got it. When you say injure, it means physical injury, not emotional.
Cause physical injury or suffering.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Winston, followed by Mr. Phipps.
Thank you. Mr. Baker, so what I'm hearing is this was even a little confusing for me. This is a bit of our governance structure, right? We had this issue come up early in this term in December or January, and we finally got it on an agenda. We wanted to take action that the council members worked with the community to at least take a step. Some council members wanted to made a secondary substitute motion, and by our rules, we can only vote once the substitute motion is called. We have to vote for those things. You didn't feel necessarily comfortable presenting the language or we didn't feel comfortable even considering the substitute motion because of how quickly it was put together, and now that action has basically been suspended for 2.5 years or 2 years or so. So I hear the speakers that want to consider a ban. I don't think anybody on council I don't think that subject has even been considered. But we're in a situation where potentially, if I'm correct, Mr. Baker, I can assume that there's going to be a motion and a substitute motion for items A and B on this agenda item. Now, once if we take those two votes, we haven't in either of those actions actually considered a ban on wild or exotic animals.
Mr. Newton, Mr. Winston, I think we have to figure out, I think we're assuming that we know what those motions are. Is that correct?
Well, we have two potential actions. It could be a motion.
No, we have more. It could be more than two. It could be one or none or three. There could be several. If it's germane to the discussion about how we do this or what we're trying to accomplish.
Well, I'm trying to parse out what we have on the agenda, which is not a consideration of a ban on wild and exotic animals.
Right.
But it seems like we're talking about a ban on wild and exotic animals. I guess what I'm asking to Mr. Baker is, how do we get to a point where we can actually consider a ban on wild and exotic animals?
So this gets to section B on your agenda, which is, and that's the rest of the request for council action, which is to adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 3. So someone could make a motion for A, someone could make a motion for B, or someone could make another motion so long as it is amending the ordinance or Chapter 3 animals, or council could choose not to take any action. It's all available for you, keeping in mind that normally, had this all occurred at the February 24th meeting, you would have had a motion and a substitute motion, and one of the two of those would have gotten the 6 votes. If neither of them got 6 votes, then somebody could have made a third motion. But because that meeting was adjourned, and then we've had the 2.5 years, we're basically back to square one, and you have A and B in front of you because that's the last time we were discussing this. You had A and B, but you are, we haven't asked you to choose only from A and B. We've simply, it's in front of you to adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 3, and whatever you choose to adopt, including not adopting anything, is what's in front of you tonight.
Mr. Winston, any other question for the city attorney?
No.
Mr. Phipps, followed by Mr. Newton.
Yeah, I had a question for Mr. Johnson. I wanted to understand what he said about.
I think what we're trying to do, I'm just trying to, until we get a motion on the floor, I don't think that we should, Mr. Johnson, I appreciate it, but what I'm trying to do is get the questions for the city attorney until we get a motion. And then we would open it up for discussion, and then you could have more queries. I just think right now we're just talking, and we don't have a motion. Someone needs to make a motion. I'm sorry, I had Mr. Newton and then followed by Mr. Graham. Mr. Phipps, is that okay with you? Because then we can ask questions that's specific to the motion. Okay, Mr. Newton.
I'll yield my time to Mr. Graham.
Well, you might not like what I got to say. I'm a little frustrated, right? I'm frustrated for the people in the audience. I'm frustrated for the people behind the dais. It seems like we're doing committee work, around the dais, and that's no good for anybody in terms of we really want to enact good public policy. I was surprised that it was on the agenda. I will readily admit that I have not done a whole lot of homework on the issue. Not that I don't think it's important. It's just I've been doing some other stuff that's related to council work. But it seems like we're doing committee work. And I'm not sure the outcome is going to be in the best interest of anybody in this room right now. And we can make a decision, and I'm prepared to vote if a motion comes up. But I'm just frustrated.
Well, I understand that because we would ordinarily have, people have spoken about, well, this is what you can do in New Jersey, how many places, what applies. I understand we don't have the data around. I've heard over 100 cities do this. I don't know the number. It's kind of that way. But I think that one of the issues might be that we have a difference of opinion unless we have some decision here. Then I do think that we are doing work that should be data-driven as well as consideration for the community. And I think that's important. But I'm not, we're trying to find out what the motion is. I'm going to recognize Mr. Newton. Okay.
Well, I really question if we're all in order in the first place, because it's always been my understanding that before you engage in discussion, you have a motion in a second.
I'm trying to get one. I haven't had anyone recognize that.
I will yield to the
hand.
motion.
It always comes to committee.
So wait, Mr. Newton has the floor.
Yeah, I will yield to the motion, Madam Mayor.
What motion?
Exactly. We should have had a motion before on either A or B. That's exactly my point.
I need a motion.
Discussion.
Do I have a motion?
Is there a motion?
All right, if we have no motion, then we've had a great discussion. Thank you.
All right, well, then I will take it up. I will take it from here, Madam Mayor. I have been very perplexed and confused about much of this conversation. The reason why I say that is because we hit a reset back on September 7th, 2021. All this conversation about what happened back in February of 2020, I feel like is completely ingermane to where we are today. That reset meant, and this was something that we discussed as a council, it meant that this would go back to the city attorney. We would have a conversation between himself, myself, and Councilwoman Johnson, and we would reach some conclusions. We would reach some decisions. What we did was we asked the city attorney to meet with all stakeholders, everybody. And what happened thereafter was the city attorney came back to us with a recommendation, a written recommendation. That recommendation was for us to simply vote on whether or not we wanted to institute a ban. The reason was because that is the salient single issue here. It's something that certainly advocates have asked for over 3 years now, and it's something that, if it were to fail, would be the preference of Universal Circus, because we would revert back to the original ordinance. It's just that simple. Very cut and dry. I don't understand, because of that, I don't understand why the agenda in front of us today lacks that provision. Quite frankly, let me just quote this. This is from our own city attorney just 11 days ago. He said, "My recommendation would be to simply present the ban. Council would then simply vote it up or down. There will not be an alternative ordinance either from me or Universal in front of council that night being tonight." So once again, I am completely confused, perplexed, surprised that we don't have, at the very least, an option C in front of us.
You can make one.
Now, I want to say this too, because
Matt has the floor, but are you going to make a motion?
I'm getting there. I want to say this too.
Well, can you make the motion, Mr. Newton, so we can be in order to have a motion, and then you can continue to have the floor? Could I have a motion?
So everyone should have received a copy of the language for an exotic and/or wild animal ban within our city. This is something that has been provided to us before, like literally over the past few months, multiple times. It's something that I have provided to the entire council. It was either last Friday or Saturday, and then it's also something that's in front of us tonight.
Okay.
So what this would do is it would institute a ban on wild and exotic animals in traveling acts, aka circuses, within the city of Charlotte. It would not, so to be clear, it would not apply to animals that are not wild animals.
And before you go and explain it, could you make a motion, please, Mr. Newton?
Yes, ma'am. I move for the council to adopt a wild and exotic animal ban in traveling acts, aka this version that's in front of us tonight.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Now, does everybody have a copy of the material that Mr. Newton referenced?
I just asked Ms. Jackson to email.
Do you have a copy, Mr. Winston?
No, I just asked.
Mr. Bakari, do you have a copy?
It's in your email.
I have a copy. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Winston, can you check your email so that everybody's on the same page? Mr. Newton has made a motion regarding a copy that he sent by email, and it's at our dais. Mr. Jones does not have one. Sorry.
I do.
Oh, you got an email copy. Okay. Wait. I got Mr. Newton still has the floor. I just wanted to make sure he got a motion on the floor. And he has a second.
When was
Mr.
this
Newton.
email sent?
It's the only language.
Would someone forward Mr. Winston a copy of the?
It's in an email.
He knows that, but he, yes. Did you find it, Mr. Winston?
No, that's what I'm asking.
He's asking somebody to
It's
send
headed
it
your
back.
way now, Mr. Winston.
Okay. All right, everybody's got the same document. And Mr. Newton has the floor.
Yeah, and so I just wanted to also mention here, before moving on, that many of the claims that we have heard thus far can be easily disproven by a simple Google or Yahoo search. All you have to do is Yahoo Universal Circus, escaped animals. You would be amazed at the information you find. At the same time, all you have to do is Google or Yahoo New York City ban. You'd be amazed at what you find. It's all there. It's publicly accessible information. And I wanted to mention this too. This is the inside baseball of this. The reason why there's all of this confusion happening down here is because no one wants to make the first motion. The first motion is subject to a substitute motion, which means that you can then divert away from a vote. I know that the citizens of our city have been asking for over 3 years now for us not to necessarily vote up a ban, but to just vote on it entirely, just to make a decision on this, whether we vote it up or down. And I feel like we're not being honest and transparent. I mean, certainly there's a question pertaining to honesty or transparency when it's not even included in the agenda after numerous conversations which are written. But regardless, I don't think we're being honest and transparent if we're playing these games to try to avoid the vote. And so I fully anticipate there being, I hope not, but I fully anticipate there being a substitute motion on this motion that would then divert away from a vote on whether we will institute a ban and then eliminate the issue altogether. Now, having said that, I would ask Madam Mayor to be given the opportunity to at least comment, and I know I'm commenting right now, but I would ask to at least be given the opportunity to substantively comment on this motion for the ban.
Well, feel free. You have the floor, Mr. Newton.
Okay, and thank you all for bearing with me. Just out of a sense of decency and common courtesy to your colleague, thank you all. So on a fundamental level, I believe that ripping animals away from their families in foreign countries and bringing them here to be packed into small, disease-inducing spaces and then subjected to differing methods of pain and suffering, all for our amusement and enjoyment, is morally and ethically wrong. Any responsible person who has had a pet, and most certainly anyone who has ever lost a pet, knows that every animal on God's green earth possesses their own personality and spirit. They experience pain, anxiety, destituteness, just like us. Now, there were two proposals presented to us this evening on our agenda, including the one, they are both woefully inadequate. They limit the scope of what is already covered in our current city code and institute language that is subjective rather than objective in nature. For example, the language, quote, in a manner that is likely to cause physical injury or suffering, end quote, calls for a subjective interpretation rather than instituting an objective standard. Neither RCA that's in our agenda applies its protections to all wild and exotic animals, only mentioning elephants, felines, and primates. And they only apply to bullhooks, electric prods, and whips. Certainly, there are more instrumentalities used to control, abuse animals: steel bars, golf clubs, shovels, pitchforks, and canes, to name a few, and possibly even more that have yet to be invented. We as a council often talk about how we must prepare for the uncertainties of the future and the decisions that we make. Automated cars and green buses are examples. Well, these two RCAs don't do that. This all leaves the door open to a myriad of ways in which animals can continue to be abused and mistreated in circuses here in Charlotte, making both proposals more performative than substantive. Highlighting that point, neither proposal is what any of the stakeholders wanted anyway. Animal rights advocates prefer a ban, and Universal, the only circus I'm aware of that has weighed in on this at all, prefers to keep things the way they already are. So if our goal truly is to protect the safety and welfare of animals as well as our own citizens, and to not take any chances in the process, there's only one surefire way to do that, is to institute a ban on all wild and exotic animals within our city. All wild and exotic animals in circuses within our city. We already have that general ban. Keep in mind, this would not stop the circus from coming to town. Circus acts are not just limited to wild and exotic animal displays, with much more expansive acts including stunt, clown, and dance. And a ban doesn't prevent acts including non-wild and exotic animals like dogs or horses unless you use whips on them. Circuses continue to tour and thrive in cities with bans, such as New York and Los Angeles. And that's why there is no reason to believe that Universal, or any other circus for that matter, would not be able to continue touring here in Charlotte if a ban were instituted. On a side note, we're also waiting review on whether many of our city ordinances are enforceable. Pursuant to that review, I think it would be unwise to adopt anything short of a certainty like a ban. So a ban is what so many in our community have been requesting for years. Many of them are here tonight. We had, 24 speakers, 20 of them are here to tell you that they favor a ban. That's only a small portion of the greater majority of people in Charlotte that have reached out to us. I'll be voting in favor of it if I have the chance, and not for any unnecessary, unwanted, and ineffective collateral RCAs. And I ask you, my colleagues, to do the same.
Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Newton. Ms. Watlington?
Just so I'm clear, if I'm understanding Councilmember Newton's comments, it is possible then that if a substitute motion is made and that is voted down, and then the original motion is voted down, that we will stay
Can we go back to
exactly.
the main motion?
No, I mean, let's suppose the main motion is also voted down. Then what happens? Where are we?
Nothing.
Then I guess that would be a great time to create a committee to do this work, because it would mean that the council doesn't have a position that creates a majority vote.
No action.
No action would be taken tonight. And then I think that we have to figure out, well, what are we trying to accomplish?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so, any, Miss,
Did you have a question?
no, I'm just looking, is the council prepared to vote? Ms. Johnson?
Go ahead, I'm sorry, he had a question first. Go ahead.
Mr. Phipps?
I'm still confused as to if we deferred the matter for further review by a couple of members to work with the attorney, when did this not ever come back to the full council to discuss? Because right now, we're looking at changes to the language, but until tonight, it didn't include a ban. So when did we have the benefit of the discussion as a council about changes that would include a ban other than tonight at this dais? That's what I'm confused about. How did we get to this point?
I think that I don't have an answer for that, to tell you the truth, Mr. Phipps. I think that Mr. Newton, I just want to make sure that what I'm saying, I want to make sure you hear it. When I spoke with Mr. Newton, he felt like a ban was the thing that was supposed to be on the agenda. And so while what the city attorney had was a request to come back with A, which is in the agenda, I think that Mr. Newton has had an opportunity to say, as we asked Mr. Newton and Ms. Johnson to work together, to say, my position is that we should have a ban. And so that's the best I can say about how we got to a ban, because there was an agreement. And this is pre-COVID, y'all. I mean, I hate to say it, but if we had a meeting in the next 2 weeks,
Right.
but we're talking about a meeting 2 years from now. I mean, 2 years from when we had this discussion. No fault, no harm, because honestly, this council does great work. The work that we did to protect people in COVID, the work that we've done to have all these task forces go out there and distribute $70 million so that the community would be able to stand up so that we can have this discussion is a miracle in a lot of ways. Oh no, it's due to our fine intellect and tenacity to get things done. So what I'm saying is that that's how the ban came up. Mr. Newton asked for this to be considered. Now, Ms. Johnson was next, and then Mr. Eggleston is next. Ms. Johnson?
Okay, thank you. I just want to fill in some gaps. In September, the mayor did charge Councilmember Newton and I to discuss and try to come up with a negotiation or consensus. What happened, and we met with Patrick. Patrick met with the interested party. What happened was there was no negotiation. The circus contributed language, according to Mr. Newton, the proponents wanted nothing less than a full ban. So there was no modifying the language, which is what the committee had been charged with and was the trajectory of the council. As he stated in February, we were working on modified language. So that's why you have not seen the language about the ban, because the entire time we've been trying to come to negotiation where there's language that would satisfy all parties. So that's what happened. There's been a couple things that have been said today. Another reason that we might have been charged, I thought, Mayor, because the mayor knew that both Councilmember Newton and I were both animal lovers. So, you know, and that's one thing that Councilmember Newton and I bonded with. You know, I just lost my dog who was 15 on the 11th of November. And Councilmember Newton was so supportive during that time. His wife bought something online, you know, to help with the care. So it's not fair to categorize us as non-compassionate and non-caring if we would vote for something other than a ban. Yes, I support Universal Soul Circus, unashamedly,
please,
because in the Black community, we've lost CIAA, we've lost the Battle of the Bands. The Universal Soul Circus donates tickets to CMS schools. They've gone to areas that are blighted and underprivileged, such as Freedom Drive and Eastland Mall, before it became hot and a trendy area. So we appreciate the work that you've done.
Please, no, we will,
Appreciate the work that you've done.
Please,
But this is
I will
bigger.
not, please.
This is bigger than the Universal Soul Circus. This is about business, and this is about legislation. I don't think that it's up for our council to legislate a legal business, because there are opponents to the business operations. I've heard individuals talk about horses and cows and veganism and being in cages and captivity, and I'm concerned. I'm concerned if we vote for a ban today, where this leads. Does someone come in a few weeks and say, well, we're opposed to the horse ranch around the corner, or the furrier, or Planned Parenthood, yes, and expect us to legislate? Well, that's not our role, in my opinion. So I make a substitute motion. I make a substitute motion for that we adopt the language in A, that's on the agenda. It's the trajectory that we were moving towards in February. I believe it's what our voters expect from us, that we do hear you. And I appreciate and respect your passion. But I think we're voted. I know that we're voted to consider all of our residents. It's not the fact that the circus is from out of state. It's about business operation. It's about freedom of choice, in my opinion.
Wait, I will tell you, let me tell you this. It's not often that I call an officer out here to ask people to leave a room. But we have really been really good, respectful of you. I would like for you to be respectful of this council. We will just not have you talking over. We've listened and we're working so hard to come to this. You don't see Mr. Newton and Ms. Johnson yelling at each other, and they're having a very difficult debate. Please respect that. If we can't respect that, then we'll have to do something a little bit differently.
Yeah.
All right, so the next person that I have is Ms. Johnson.
I made a motion that we adopt, a substitute motion, excuse me, that we adopt the language A, the proposal A. to modify the language that protects the animals, that bans the bull hooks, but still allows businesses like Universal Soul Circus, businesses like other circuses that you mentioned, the gentleman who's at the Freedom Festival or whatever. We may not agree with business operations, but this is the United States of America. When you talk about the animals, and Councilmember Newton mentioned, or someone did, you know, I remember when my puppy was taken away from his mother. You think about that, but is that you think about that? So that's no different than what your example of the animals being taken away from their parents and being shipped across the United States. Animals are separated
Ms. Johnson,
from their, just one second, I'm sorry, from their parents. It's part of the ecosystem. So again, the motion to the substitute motion, please.
All right, we have a substitute motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second from Mr. Phipps and Mr. Driggs. All right, now, that means the substitute motion is up for discussion. I have Mr. Eggleston followed by Mr. Bakari.
So this is, as Mr. Newton predicted, this is why we looked like very unorganized a few minutes ago, because nobody wanted to make the first motion. We've now ended up in a place where we are voting on a motion that is the one thing that the people on both sides of the forum on this agreed on it they don't want. So even the Universal Circus said, we don't want this. This will essentially restrict our ability to do business. The proponents of a ban have said this is fairly useless. So now if we approve this, both sides are going to feel like they haven't been heard and that we're doing something that they don't want, which is why I had hoped that we would get the motion on option A first, have a substitute motion for the full ban so that if that failed, we could come back to the original and vote on that. But, you know, I wish we could, I'm going to vote against the substitute motion, not because I think bull hooks are okay, but simply because I think we need to go back to the original motion and vote on it. And if that doesn't pass, we can consider some lesser action. But I do want to reiterate to Mr. Johnson, and I appreciate that a couple of the folks who were in favor of the ban made this very clear. I don't think there's a person in this room that doesn't support you bringing business and the amazing human acts that are part of your performance and part of your show to our city. I hope that continues regardless of what happens tonight, because you have incredible performers. You do a lot in the community. You bring entertainment and joy to a lot of people in this community. And I think that most of that joy comes from the human performers that you have. So I hope that Universal Circus and Charlotte have a long future together. I think that future can be without those animals. So I would encourage us to vote this down so that we can vote on the original motion, which was the confusion earlier, and be done with this, because everybody knew that the council members Johnson and Newton were working on this. Anybody who wanted the opportunity to engage could have taken it. Not every council member gets involved on every issue that we take up. That's okay. We have to divide and conquer oftentimes, but I have a feeling that we could work on this for another month, or we could work on this for another year. No one's vote's going to change. Everybody fairly well knows where they're going to fall out on this, and so I'd ask we just take the vote tonight. If the full ban fails, it fails. If it passes, it passes, and we need to move on. We've got a lot of other things in front of us, and to extend this, I think, is just delaying the inevitable. So I'll be voting against the substitute.
All right, we have Mr. Bakari followed by Mr. Driggs.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with the sentiments right there. I think the punchline is, sounds like this option A is the absolute worst of everything. So that's a little unfortunate. We're here on this one at the end of the secondary motion. This is not my topic. This is not an area that I've spent a lot of time in. To be honest, my passions lie elsewhere, but I understand the importance of it. And it's times like this that, you know, as I make snap judgments without more detailed, kind of deep in the weeds conversations, I have to think about my principle set. And on one side of that coin, you know, there's the smaller government approach to all of this. But then on the other side, there's, you know, trusting in your colleagues that do make this their primary issue and do go into the weeds of it, and understanding if it was fintech or 5G or something they would rely more on my analysis and deeper diligence. And when it's something like animal rights and things like this, I'm going to rely on several of theirs, which is much deeper and default more towards the position, maybe not of the limited government on the side of it, but on the principle of sometimes we need to protect those that cannot protect themselves. So with that, I'm going to vote no on the substitute motion, and hopefully then we'll have an opportunity to go back, and I'm going to take a leap of faith and vote yes for a full ban and support that motion that was initially made.
All right, thank you. Mr. Driggs.
I think the idea that an outcome that isn't completely satisfactory to anybody is a bad result. It's called a compromise. You can't talk as if only if one party or the other utterly prevails, we have failed. It's called a compromise. This is what we do when we're trying to reconcile diametrically opposed points of view. And I listened to this tonight. I don't agree with the universal suggestion that language in A, which says they can't use it in a manner that's likely to cause physical injury or suffering, would lead to the exclusion of all of those animals. I think if we passed A, Universal would come to town with all their animals, and that I just don't accept that, which is why I would not favor B. I think that one of the difficulties is if we reject A and then we go back to the original motion and that fails, we have done nothing. And I believe that there is a case to be made for doing something, for allowing ourselves to be identified among the communities who have taken an action to restrict. And from my reading, I looked on a website and I heard 190 tonight. I saw 250, I think, localities, according to the Four Paws website, that had a ban or a restriction on these animals. And there are 36,000 localities in the United States. So I'm struggling with the presentation here. I'm struggling with the idea that we must be corrupt if we don't agree with you. I'm struggling with the idea that 200 of you, if you don't get your way, have suffered an undemocratic outcome. This is a city of 870,000 people. And, but I'm not going to base my position on this, on those observations. I just think that some of the logic we've heard tonight and the attempts to shame us as we try to do our work have not served your purpose well. Correct. So in that sense, I will vote for the substitute motion, and then if it doesn't get the necessary support, we'll see how the outcome is on the original motion. Thank you.
All right, and I now have Ms. Ajmera.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, this is the first time where I have seen that we have a motion on the agenda and no one made a motion for that, but everyone wanted to wait to make a substitute motion, so that substitute motion will be decided on first before the original motion. I think that's just disingenuous. So for that
I'm
reason.
not sure, Ms. Ajmera. I'm not sure what's disingenuous, because we
So
what was
we have a motion on the agenda. Well, I'm sorry. No, we already have language on the agenda, which is version A and version B. And no one made a motion for the item that's already on the agenda. However, Mr. Newton made a motion for something that was not on the agenda so that someone else could make a substitute motion, because no one wanted to take an action on the motion that's already on the agenda. I just think that's disingenuous. We always make motions on the agenda. So for that very reason, I think for full transparency, I'm going to not support the substitute motion, so that we go back to the original motion and make a decision on that.
Okay. I have that, Mr. Newton?
Yes, so to Councilwoman Ajmera's point, it is gamesmanship, right? The idea is, what are we going to vote on in the anticipation that we can silence the voices of the public that we've heard and not vote on what we've been asked, once again, for 3 years to vote on, something that our own city attorney recommended we vote on no less than 11 days ago. Now, having said all of that, I just wanted to reiterate the fact that that none of the stakeholders are on board with Proposal A. Frankly, they would all prefer us to go back to the original ordinance if we were not to institute a ban. I do believe that, so to Councilwoman Johnson's point, she treated Max immaculately. She loved that dog. I know that. But there's a difference between the pets we have here and the animals that are ripped from their homes in Africa and brought here for our amusement and entertainment. She would never lift a finger to Max. But what we know, and all you need to do, once again, is do a Yahoo or a Google search on this. This is not information that's hard to obtain. What we know is that there have been countless animals over the years who have been subject to abuse and mistreatment. And the only way for us to actually tackle that and prevent it, because it doesn't happen in this version A or version B because of the subjectivity of these ordinances. It doesn't happen. Right? It doesn't happen because there are limitations within this where it only applies to felines, primates, elephants. It only applies to these certain instrumentalities, not things like steel bars, golf clubs, shovels, pitchforks, canes. The list can go on and on and on. We know that the only way that we can assure ourselves that we prevent it is through a ban. So that's why I will be voting against this version A. My hope is that my colleagues do the same and we can actually vote on the pertinent only issue, frankly, in front of us, which is whether or not we'll institute a ban.
Take a vote.
Okay, is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? Anyone want to be recognized? All right, we're going to go ahead and vote on the substitute motion to adopt A, which is in the agenda today. All right, let me pull up my roll call vote. All right, the substitute motion, does everyone understand it? All right, so Mr. Winston?
No.
Mr. Bakari?
No.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
No.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Graham, sorry.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
No.
Ms. Watlington?
No.
Ms. Ajmira?
No.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
All right, the motion fails. That takes us back to the main motion. So we have a motion for the main motion. Any further discussion of the main motion? All right, let's go ahead and do a vote on the main motion.
Could you repeat the motion?
No, we will not repeat it. I hope everybody has it in front of them. Okay, all right. Under the motion for the ban that's before you in a sheet that was handed out, Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
No.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
No.
Ms. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Oh.
All right, so the motion passes 6-4. All right, the next item on our agenda is
That is not the way to do business.
item 18. To consider the approval of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Planning Commission's recommendation to adopt the Center City 2040 Vision Plan. I'd like to recognize Mr. Eggleston, who is the Vice Chair of the TAP Committee.
I will keep it brief since our last one took 2 hours. Just to say, we've had a discussion about the 2040 plan, Center City 2040 plan in meetings prior. There were lots of questions that were asked. I hope that everybody saw you received an email on Friday that gave you a link so you could see a summary of all the changes that have been made to the plan. Both Mayor Pro Tem Iselt, who is the chair of Transportation Planning and Environment, and I have reviewed those changes. We do feel they are responsive to the community concerns and to the questions that council asked, and both asking that you support the approval of this plan, as the Planning Committee has also recommended.
Is there any discussion? Can I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve, motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
All right, a motion to approve, we have a second. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes. The next item is we start on our business items. The first item on 19 is to approve a process for considering creation of a South Park Municipal Service District and to authorize the manager to direct staff to prepare reports documenting district boundaries, tax rate, and revenue, and plan for providing services.
So moved.
Do I have a motion?
So moved. So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I have Mr. Bakari?
Yes, I just wanted to say this is something that has been pretty complicated even for myself for a number of years. But we've had a group of all the neighborhood associations of South Park, as well as all of the business coalition members, spend well over a year's worth of work coming together with the proposal. And this is the action for us to kick off those conversations. So we don't need to necessarily have everything solved and figured out now. The next weeks and months will give us the opportunity to dive into those topics, of which I look forward to sharing with you all some of what I've gone through with these folks, and what is a complicated and even a topic that I've been torn on at times. And I will take you all through that over these next coming weeks and months, and I look forward to the process. But for now, I do appreciate and want to recognize all of the countless hours that the neighborhoods and the business community has put into this.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further comment or discussion? All right. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
All right, the next item is item 20, authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an infrastructure reimbursement agreement with Centene Management Company in the amount not to exceed $6,500,000 for municipal infrastructure improvements, which are expected to be reimbursed to the developer in two payments of $3 million and $3.5 million from the 2022 and 24 bond referendum. Do I have a motion?
Motion authorized.
We have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes. Item number 20, right? Okay, so during our strategy discussion on this topic, I had expressed concerns around reimbursement for state-maintained project. However, I do support this motion because it's a public-private partnership that addresses the immediate issue of traffic and congestion. But I recognize that this may not be a sustainable solution for all state-maintained roads and projects. So I hope that State Department of Transportation will still need to address the underlying issue of funding gap for $13 billion. But I will support this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So any other comments? Hearing no further comment, Mr. Winston?
I do have a question or comment. I would like to know if somebody on staff can answer this now, this would be great. But if not, I can take it offline later on. Who is going to comprise the street design team for this project? I know Centene is funding this, but this is public infrastructure. I would hope that part of that street design team includes residents people who are not necessarily just traffic engineers or professionals. This should serve the good show, and not just Centene's vision. So who will be part of that team as well?
Ms. Dodson is going to respond to your question right now, Mr. Winston.
Councilman Winston, I can probably take it better offline with you. There is a design team that's working on all of the infrastructure improvements out there. This might follow a slightly different process because of the public investment that we have in it, that will engage and can engage the community. But at this point, so far, the design has been focused just on the NCDOT coordination. But I can talk to you more offline about kind of the overall process moving forward and who is involved.
Yes, and I think we should have somebody from CDOT with that to part of that concept.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Winston. All right. Now we'll start. Is there any further discussion or question? Let's start. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton? Sorry. Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
All right, the next item is item 21, upset bid process. Approves a resolution authorizing the upset bid process for the proposed sale of a portion of city-owned land located on the Dixie River Road, including a temporary easement for future construction of right-of-way improvements, and to direct the city clerk to cause a notice of the proposed sale to be published, describing the property, the amount of the offer, and the terms under which the offer may be upset. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
This next item is item 22. Adopt a resolution approving the sale of approximately 29 acres of vacant city-owned property on various locations identified on Denver Avenue, and to authorize the manager to negotiate and execute all documents necessary for the sale. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
All right. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll have our vote. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
The next item is to adopt a resolution approving the sale of approximately 76 acres of city-owned property on Steel Creek Road, with the number of parcels identified, to Foundry Commercial LLC for $9,650,000, and to authorize the manager to negotiate and execute all documents for the sale. Is there a motion?
Approve A and B.
We have a motion for A and B. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll have a roll call. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
The next item is adopt a resolution approving a 5-year lease with up to 2 3-year extensions between the City of Charlotte and D.A. Don Kamba for retail space on the Lynx Blue Line extension in the J.W. Clay parking deck, authorizing the manager to negotiate and execute documents.
Move to approve A and B.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps? The next item is the proposed 2020 council meeting schedule. This is a recommendation out of the Budget and Effective Governance Committee. Mr. Driggs, would you like to introduce this, and then we'll have a motion? Do we need to do anything?
I don't, I think this is self-explanatory, frankly. It's just about our meeting schedule and takes into account the irregular election schedule that we have. I think we talked about it in committee and considered a couple of options for the timeline for council budget adoption, but particularly in light of the recent news, there's not actually a lot of sensitivity about this, so I would move to approve it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? All right, it's a calendar thing to do. Let's go with Mr. Winston, your vote on this motion.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
All right, the next item is item 26, approve updated North Carolina municipal records retention and disposition schedule. Do we have a speaker on this item?
Yes, ma'am.
Present? Is he present? Is Mr. Brewer present? Mr. Brewer, I don't think he's here. Is he virtual?
I'm online.
Virtual. All right. We have a speaker on this item, so I'll have Mr. Brewer speak to the council now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Tom Brewer. I'm here to discuss item number 26, municipal records and retentions and disposition schedule. All of what I'm addressing is open public record. These issues I'm addressing are also a matter of public concern. Prior to Charlotte City Council voting on this tonight, you must first ask Manager Jones and Attorney Baker if the city is following the law, not only when it comes to retention of these records, but also as it relates to city complying with FOIA requests and court orders. Ask them if they are aware or have any knowledge of documents being destroyed, shredded, or misplaced. I ask you not to take my word on whether the city is acting in good faith when it comes to public record laws. Listen to the words of U.S. Magistrate Judge David Kyer, who on November 30th made recommendations for sanctions against the city of Charlotte. Among the things he states, notwithstanding 8 prior orders, it is clear that numerous documents responsive to plaintiff's discovery request and within the scope of the court's orders have either been lost or destroyed. He referred to the city as being a disobedient party. He referred to the city's non-compliance as egregious. He also recommended to allow an adverse jury instruction where the jury would be instructed to conclude that missing evidence was unfavorable to a party, knowing it was relevant to some of the issues in the case, willfully caused its loss or destruction. Many of you on Charlotte City Council have openly complained during Charlotte City Council meetings and on social media that city staff is not always forthcoming or they withhold information. U.S. Magistrate Judge David Kyer agrees. Ask the questions of Manager Jones and Attorney Baker. If we can't trust city leadership or Charlotte City Council to address compliance with record retention laws, why should employees have any faith or trust on personnel matters such as vaccines? Thank you.
All right, Mr. Baker, did you hear the case?
I heard a couple of things about that. This is a matter of active litigation where there are various motions and appeals. It's similar to when I first came here, as you'll recall, there was a sex harassment verdict against the city for almost $2 million. And ultimately that case was completely reversed at the Fourth Circuit level. So this is a part of a process where we have made some appeals in the case, and I will certainly keep you apprised as to these cases. But essentially this is litigating what's going on. But as it relates to records retention, I absolutely agree that we need to stay on top of records retention and be consistent with the law. But we're just arguing a lawsuit that's actively being argued right now.
Okay. Are there any other questions regarding this item? Hearing none, we'll have our roll call vote. Mr. Winston?
Yeah.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
And Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Do I have a motion for adjournment? Thank you
Yes.
very much, everybody.
Oh, no.
Have a good week,
You too.
the rest of the week. And we have one more meeting